Well, good afternoon, everybody. DJ Styles here at Custom Corpses. We are live. Okay. Let me put my live over here. Turn the live down. Okay, that's interesting. I've got to figure out some way to do this. That's not going to work. All right, so I'll figure it out. As I go along here, I will figure it out. Actually, I'll put you down on the floor. All right. Get this wire out of your face. I've melted some clay in the microwave. Let me pull my chair up a little closer. Hopefully I'm not in... Oh no, I can see you. Okay. So yesterday I started working on getting this sculpture the way I want it. All right, let me rephrase this. Okay, so what basically is going on here is I found that the eye sockets here were too deep, and you want the eye socket to be almost dead even with the back of the nose flare, the nose nostril. This here has to be almost even with that. These were sunk way too far back. So that and the bridge of the nose was a little too narrow, which is okay. I'm going to fix that. I've got everything here pretty much done. I don't have to do too much more shaping in here. I did a lot of this work yesterday. I filled this in to bring the brow out past the eye sockets that I had to build out. I had to build these eye sockets out further to match the back of the nose. So they're pretty close. They're close enough to where I want it. And then I brought the brow out even further. What you're seeing is not a real end. This isn't the end game here by far. We are going to smooth everything out with a heat gun, with the assistance of the heat gun. Okay. And my hands. There's a lot that has to be done. And the reason why I had to put all those scratches in there was because we have old clay. This clay is almost 3 years old that's been on this armature. And this new clay that I added to it doesn't want to stick well to clay that's real old. So you have to scratch it up wherever you're putting the new clay and put new clay on it. And plus you want to heat it up. It gets real glossy looking as I'm heating this up. It's not just it may have oil in it, but this is more of a wax-based clay. This is not really yeah, see that? It's nice and smooth, that guy. See how it didn't, oh man, it doesn't want to stick too well either. want it too runny. Now, don't let the eye socket being so deep deceive you. I am going to bring this eye socket out. The inside. I'm going to put clay inside of this to pack it out more so it looks more natural. Right now it's so deep it's like, oh my God. Yeah, it doesn't look quite right. All right. Now I see it got real shiny there, so what I want to do is I want to let that set for a second before I start pushing on this. I'm not pushing hard, I'm just pushing just lightly on this. Ouch. That's hot. In case you don't know it, that's hot. I'm just trying to smooth out what I had to change, and I did it again. And then I'll use tools to really smooth it out even more. Who's on? Anybody on with me? I see something on the computer. Hold on. Let me see what's going on over there. Take off vision. Hey, what's happening? New timeout links. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Why would I do that? Got it. Game 3 Goblin, how you doing, guys? Okay, so let me give you a quick rundown. I started working on the armature sculpture. The other one for the silicone master is over on the bench still. But I am in the process of making the flashback from this sculpture. What you're seeing right now is not even close to the finish line. I just had to pack out the eye sockets or the eyebrow more. I had to pack this out a lot further. Yeah, so the whole upper eye, here's the trick, here's the thing. Let me try and, this is one thing I think I've discovered over all this process. I gotta put this down somewhere. I gotta find a place that I can put this without burning things. There we go. Okay, let me turn this on an angle to give you guys a general idea of what the problem is with the majority of masks that try to replicate the actual Shatner. Okay, let me see if I can turn this. The problem is I might have the camera up just a little too high. No, that looks good. Okay. All right, let me try to explain. All right, you see where the edge of this eye socket is, right? It has to come in right behind the nostril flare. About right there. My eye socket was sunk way back in here, and it was just a little too far back. So I brought the eye socket out at the bottom first. So I filled all this out on both sides. All right. Then you want this upper eye, the eyebrow has to be over top of that eye cut. You want that sticking out further than, because the angle is actually, let me see if I can do this with a real fine tool here. The angle is actually like this, and that's what creates those natural shadows with the eye. The other thing, the eye socket is bumped out all the way out to about here, not back in this area, and then kind of smooths around. So there's a bump out that goes all the way around. It's just a natural, it's just like our bone structure. The more I study anatomy, the more I learned and seen where my problem was. And what you're trying to align is the eye socket is almost like right behind this nose flare out. Now it is back just a little bit further than the way it's supposed to be, but it can't be way back here like it was. You know, it has to be close to that nose flare out, because the face is kind of like, it really does go straight down. There's a lot of chin. I still got to take off the chin on this one to match the other. The chin's too thick here, it's too big. There's some changes I have to make on the lips. I am changing the shape of the head up in this area a little bit, because this is the flashback. Remember, I'm doing the flashback, guys. This is going to be the flashback mask, and it's going to be a process. Now, what I've learned is this clay that's on this armature is about 3 years old now, and what happens to old clay, when you go to try to put new clay on it, it's not very sticky. It doesn't want to stick to it easily. All right, so what I have to do is I had to rake this area real good. That's what you saw, those rake marks as I was coming on. I had to rake it. And look at it, this clay, it doesn't even want to stick together without melding it. So I guess there is a little bit of a shelf life to the clay. But that's okay. We're going to get this straightened out. Why? Just so much. It does get dried out. Wow, man, it's almost, yuck. All right, so, thank God I have a lot of new clay. But we're going to fix this now. We're going to make this thing look really good. I do have a lot of work to do to the bridge of the nose in here. I've got, as you can see, I have quite a bit of work to do. But we are going to make this thing look exactly. Here, I'll give you a stayed-on look. Believe it or not, with the eye socket sunk in like this, now I haven't changed the eye cut form. That's still the same. I haven't changed the eye cut form. I just packed everything out. And you see how I raked it here. But this stuff is like really dry. So it doesn't really want to. So, yeah, this is going to look a lot more natural. Take off vision, what did you say? Hold on, I can't, you know what, if I can turn that my monitor a little closer to me, I can see what you're saying, guys. Yeah, the 78 is pretty much finished. Yeah, I'll show it to you real quick. Did you see it already, or no? Hold on, let me turn it around. Let me pivot this thing around here. Jeez, I got no place to put nothing again. Hold on. I gotta turn this light onto it so you guys can see the 78. I don't have to readjust my. There's the 78. All right, that's all finished. That's ready to go. The lips are perfect. I'll zoom in so you guys can see the lips a little bit better. The chin is perfect. The scowl looks amazing. Everything's on the money. The 78 is ready to go. The nose is the right shape. Looks really good. A little bit of things I have to fix right up in the right where the nose comes in on both sides. I was talking to Nick Malpagano about this, and he pointed out a few things. And I'm going to do a little bit of something here with this cheek just to give it a little bit more definition. And there's an area on this side here that's coming down a little too steep, and it has to be a little bit more rounded there. But that's not it's an easy fix now that I see the detail. Hold on, let me back this up again. Back us out here. Yeah, and I'm actually trying to make that adjustment on that nose, right where the eye cuts come in. Game 3 Goblin. Gamer 3 Goblin. Okay. That's Takeoff Vision, man. I've been watching your stuff. Love it. I'm working on it, man. I'm still trying to get things really done. And the anatomy is so key. Really studying the anatomy of the human skull is where we're at with this. Now I can turn this around. I need that light on this side. There we go. Get my chair back. Jesus, this thing's so heavy. All right, since I don't have to add no more clay to this, I have it out where I need it to be. So now what I'm doing is I'm kind of melting the clay. Heat gun, low heat. You'll see it get real shiny. All right. This is a little too mushy for my liking, but I'm just smoothing it out with my fingers again. Always a little, once I get it smooth, then the rest is pretty much easy. Believe it or not, I do like using my hands more than I like doing the tools to get the general shape. You have to get the general shape right. Now this is not even close to where it's supposed to be yet, so don't be too quick to judge yet. We are so far away from where I need to be. And I know this better than probably you guys. But I think this has a real good potential to be a really nice piece in the direction I'm going to go with it. And more heat. It's old clay. That's the reason why I'm using the heat. Well, one, because of where I scratched this up. I literally added at least, I'm going to say that's a half inch further out on the bottom here, which I added probably a full inch to the top of the scale to give us that. Now I can see I need more right in here. This is bulging out a little further than this. So, but see, since this is newer clay, I can layer the stuff on top of this clay and it'll stick real nice. But getting this clay to stick to the old clay, ugh, it is a problem with some of it. It really is. All right, so I'm just trying to bulk this out a little bit more. I don't have any pictures up yet, guys, of the. Let me read your comments again. I have to get up to do that. Let me see. Give me a second here. It's when I start getting into the fine detail of the sculpture that I start like not wanting, you know, it's almost like I'd rather record. I love being on with you guys live. I just need that extra person, and right now that person's still trying to find work. As soon as they get themselves on, as soon as they get themselves a nice job, and it's tough around here because I live in a resort area, and this is like the worst time of the year to find work. So that's really our problem right now. And as soon as he's able to find a job that he can, you know, go do, then I can plan around his schedule when we can go live, and he'll do the questions and answers. He'll read the questions. I won't even start to yeah, see, this is out perfect. This is where I want that, but I need this one out a little further. And how I'm doing that is I'm taking worms of clay like this, right? And I'm just going right in here like this. And I'm just kind of pushing it in. Give me a second. I'm going to go over to the comments and read them. And there's got to be a way to do this where I can. Well, I just have to wait until I get my extra set of eyes and ears with me to do the lives. It's almost there. It's a little sticking out a little too far there. This is generalized shaping, guys. This is not how you know, this isn't the finish line. Far from it. Far from it. This sculpture is probably going to take me at least 3 or 4 months of work to get where I want to be. All right, I'll give you a call as soon as you know. Hopefully it's a little slower there. So I'll give you a call in a little while. All right, so I already kind of really have studied that that flashback. Give me a second here. I'm going to read your comments. I still got to bring all this in and smooth it out real nice. But you guys, I think you can really see. Let me turn it this way. I think you guys can see. Let me see if we have it. It's too far. Not quite. Now that brow looks real heavy, and the reason why the brow looks real heavy right now, meaning sticking out really far, is because the forehead hasn't been brought out yet either. This area here has to come out too. So this way it's not so, you know, it doesn't look like it's standing out so far the way it is right now. What I'm doing right now is making sure that I get the depth set right. I have to get the depth set right. And I'm going to take you guys through this process as I go along with this. Okay, Bo Norton, how you doing, buddy? Okay, the 78 looks awesome, but the right eyebrow looks always weird to me. The right eyebrow. Oh, on the right side where it sticks up a little bit. I know, but that's how it. If you look at, I mean, I'm literally. I'm going to show you a picture. I can't show you the picture, can I? Oh, maybe I can. Maybe I can. The Nick Mulpagano sent me a picture of the actual mask, and it's literally, I can't do it while I'm live. That sucks. The picture he sent me is on my phone through Messenger, and he was kind enough to tweak where I was wrong, and the eyebrows are really spot on to the mask. It really is. I don't know what it is that you're seeing that's different, but it's really spot on to the original. It's I'd hate to have to measure the difference. Okay, Bo Norton, what did you say? I'm trying to read you. Have you tried Gray Monster Clay yet? You know, not really, not yet. I haven't done it yet. And I haven't done the Gray Monster Clay. I've stuck with the brown. I don't know if it's really any different. It's going to be the same stuff. It's the same substance. The problem is the color. And I've gotten used to this. I mean, I don't think it matters to me at this point. It's not going to matter whether it's gray or it's brown, red. I mean, I think white would be the ultimate. If you're doing a Myers mask, I think white clay would be the best, because you could really see how your mask is gonna kind of look as a white, substance. Gray kind of, I don't know. I think gray's going to show you shadowing a little bit better, like in the cheek area here. Like right now, you really can't see that too well. And it's a lot of this stuff, believe it or not, all these features that are on this thing, like this cheek here, it has to be very subtle. It has to be extremely subtle, or else then it looks like it is carved. If it's too dramatic, things look like they're carved. It's really tough to. I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. By the way, guys, I'm down 72 pounds, 73 pounds. I've lost a lot of weight, guys. I'm excited. Yeah, I got this out. This looks right. This looks right. This looks right. All right, now it's just a matter of, okay, let's start warming this stuff up and start fixing the little issues that I have. And I know what I'm going to do here. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. I need something sharp. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start filling in this have to. Now, why I'm scratching this up, because I want to fill this in a little bit. I need to fill in this clay. And I can't use a rake in there, so I'm just using so it has something to grab to. The clay, the new clay. And as long as I keep the shape of the eye fairly, almost basically the same. Right. Now I'm going to warm this clay up a little bit to give it a little more stickiness to it. Okay, not too much. Not overkill, my friends. Just trying to shape the clay to where it needs to go. Now what I'll do is I'll take my little ball pusher and I'll push it down inside of there. I'm going to be reshaping these eye cuts back to what they were. Exactly. But now that doesn't look half as bad because it doesn't look like it's nearly as deep. And that's what I needed to do. I need to keep some clay in my hands because the clay is soft. See, now you're seeing the process from the start. You know, really from like how you shape the eyes and everything. You know, and one of the trickiest parts is it's perspective from this angle to what's straight across, the depth. You know, it really can throw you off, and it's like the key to it, believe it or not, is to really study the human anatomy. Yeah, if I could show you, he put my picture and superimposed it over top of the original mask, Takeoff Vision, and it literally was spot on. It was, my eyebrows were spot on, spot on. That's how close they are. But I think what can change that look is generally the shape of the eye. I think that's like this portion here. On that one, on my master, I think that is not, it's not sticking out far enough here. That is the issue. I think it's not sticking out far enough. Like it's supposed to be out, and then start going back in. And same thing on this side. It's out, and then it goes back in. It has to be out far enough to give you that right scowl look. Like this is going to come over, and then right there it's going to check down, and that's because of this eyebrow going across. If your eyes are too flat or they're not the right shape, you're going to have a heck of a time trying to tie that in. Yeah, this will all start making a lot more sense to you once I get into really shaping um, the actual eye cuts. And I can't wait to start pulling up the pictures and really working towards making the flashback. Like I can already see this area here needs to be a little bit deeper in this way, and then a little bit more bulk right in that area. Hold on, let me throw a little bit of clay right on top of that. Yeah, there's a lot of nose missing right in here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, put that down a second. My man Pipe Master loves the 78, loves it. And he's like, he can't wait to get this. But I have a funny feeling when I get done with this is going to be the gem that everybody's going to be after. And the 78 looks great, but there's some things that are wrong with it, and do I want to fix them? That's the question. I can. Honestly, I have all winter, and I'm not trying to rush this. God knows I've been doing it for 3 years. Rushing at this point is stupid. Uh, when you're dealing with you got to remember, guys, I never sculpted in clay in my entire life. I did some relief carving, mostly scenery. I never did a human anatomy. I never did any of that. So it was never. I whittled a few sharks. I had shark, but I had actual something to a two-dimensional object to follow off of. So it's been one long learning curve. And then I was told by a lot of artists, especially guys that I respect, that I shouldn't have picked the Michael Myers as my first, because it's one of the hardest sculptures you can do. It's one of the hardest, as they say. So with that being said, I love challenges. I don't care. I went in gusto, but I'm also a perfectionist, and I will not stop until I get what I'm really after. And every time I look at something, I learn something new, and I go, "Oh God, I got to fix that." And then there we go. Another month goes by, and I'm back trying to get it right. And after spending $500 on silicone, I have to do it again. I have to do it again. And it may end up being on this guy, the silicone master, instead of the one that's laying on, instead of the one that I do here. It's kind of like when I'm going in this direction. This is going to be the flashback, but it's going to be a not night creep. It's going to be a custom corpses flashback mask. So is it going to look exactly? Do I want it to look exactly like the flashback? You know what? I'm going to base that up to you guys. As this progresses and I really get to where I want to be with it, I know that this head in this form here has to come out a little bit further. There has to be it can't be quite as narrow going up in here as it is the original. It has to come out just a little bit more. But the general shape and everything, it's going to be awesome, man. I'm so looking forward to working on this project, because I see a lot of the faults and lessons that I've learned throughout this whole process on how to really get this guy right. I think I'm really, really, really going to be close. What you're seeing right now is it looks rounded in this area. That's not supposed to be like that yet. It's all going to be. I still got. I haven't put a tool to this yet. So the tools, when I start working with the tools, my hands do the general shaping. But once the tools start coming into play, then you get all this stuff shaped perfectly. That's what we need to do. We need to keep working at it. I have a funny feeling when this one's done, the eyebrows, the one that you're saying that looks kind of wrong or looks strange to you, it's going to look better because it's going to be on the surface and in the right fold. The eyebrow, the reason why it wouldn't look right is because the shape is wrong. That's what would cause that. The shape right here is, if it's wrong, the eyebrow is never going to look right. All right, now I got to go read the comments again, guys. So I'm up and down, so sorry about that. You're too far away from me to... Yeah, I know. Yeah, I see what you're saying with the right eyebrow looking too high, but I want you to look at. How can I explain it? I have. Damn it! I wish I could show this picture on here while I'm on the phone. I'm using the phone as my camera. What do I think I can improve on the 78? Exactly what I'm doing on here. Takeoff vision. What I'm doing here is fixing these eye cuts, bumping these eye cuts out. Hold on. That's the improvement that has to be made. The improvement has to be done here, where the eye cuts are coming out a little bit further, and then the eye scales are coming out further. And they overhang. And the number one thing is that original mask. And this is what I'm going to show you. I have the actual William Shatner life cast right here. The actual William Shatner life cast brings out the cut. Let me see if I can. And look where it falls, right behind the nose. Exactly where my sculpture does. Now the life cast, the eyebrow's right there, and it's literally right above the eye cut. And these eye cuts are really strange, but this is the actual William Shatner life cast. And by having this, I really have a real good idea of where I've been wrong. And you know, the cheeks are a little flatter. And is this going to look like this? No, we're not trying to make this. But what I've learned from this mold is the actual how the indentations, how the nose is, how the little intricate things like the cuts in the eyes. You see how sunk in that is all the way back here? Look how far out this is sticking compared to where that eye cut is. Hold on, let me tilt it up so you can. This eye cut's really far back, but yet the eye cut is even with the nostril. See that? The back of the nostril? That eye cut comes to the back of the nostril. When this eye cut is cut out up the top, that's literally slanted like this. There's a slant to that cut. From the top of the eye cut to the bottom of the eye cut is like a slant. And that's what creates the overhang, which gives you the shadowing, which my point of this whole thing was natural shadowing was never painted on the mask. What you saw on film was because of the shape of the actual mask itself. And when they made the 2018 mask and the Kills mask and the Ends mask, they all followed the same rule with that eye cut shape. The eye cut is so important. That overshadowing of the eye cut underneath, the shadow light's casting down. If you don't have the right, if this top part isn't overhanging that cheek, it's not going to give you the look. It's not going to give you the look. I don't care how you spell it. I've been trying to do this over and over again, and I've had many attempts on old sculpts And even the 78, it looks good until you really put it in the wrong light. The Trick or Treat Studios 78 mask, the stretch mask that they have, the eye cuts are literally dead even. They're the bottom sticks out just as far as the top, and that is so wrong. It's just not the right. It's not. And I have the life cast, and that life cast is what they made the original mask from. They altered it a little bit, and I think through the process of making the mask, uh, I'm sure there was fixes and changes, but that original life cast was the actual creation. That's where it came from to make the original Michael Myers mask. You know, but having that life cast, no matter what anybody thinks or says or does, it gives you the secrets. Having the life cast, it definitely gives you the secrets to. So if you guys are going to attempt, and you're not real good with anatomy, if you're going to attempt Michael Myers, I think the first purchase I should have made was actually buying that life cast. I really do, because it really showed. It revealed to me all the little secrets that I needed to know. So that's just my opinion, though, because like I said, I've only been doing this for 3 years, and I'm a perfectionist, and I don't like to leave anything undone. There's a lot of shaping that has to go here yet. This looks like bone sticking out here. That's not what we're not aiming for. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can show you where I'm going to be going with this. See, that'll be brought down. I don't want to start carving yet. I'm not really ready to do that yet. So, but this is all going to be come down. This is all going to come down with the right. You know, once I'm ready, I have to have all the bulk on first before I start messing with the details. I'm not quite. There's not enough on here yet. There's so much that still has to be done up here, and that's all going to come out further. So this doesn't look like it's overkill. Right now this looks like it's like this bone. It literally looks like a huge, looks like a zombie zombie scowl, and I know it. So, but we are going to be a long ways. Take off vision. I got to read you again, buddy. Oh, man, I wish I could. I need that screen to be so much closer. Yeah, the mouth, and actually, the mouth that you're seeing there, the chin is wrong. The chin is not narrow enough. In the right eyebrow, camera. What do you think could be improved on the 78? The 78, I explained that already. The mouth definitely looks like the Kirk mask. Yes, the lips definitely look good. I think they really look perfect on the mask that I showed you that was on the Lazy Susan over there. I really have them nailed. Perfect. This one here is close, but I took this back just a little bit further, just a touch more, and I put a little bit more shape into this area, and I took out this deep dark shadow in here. That's a little too. It's too prominent here, and so is this. This is too prominent. That's all going to be fixed. It's going to be a little bit smoother. Everything's going to have its natural shapes, but the real trick to this mask is going to be proper lighting. Lighting it correctly is going to be everything. Let me see, what else can we talk about here? Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at with this. I'm letting you guys know, though, that I'm working on the flashback, and I know who's going to be extremely happy about that, because he really wants me to tackle that flashback mask. Now, some people don't like the flashback mask. I haven't really met too many that don't. Um, but I love it too. Just gives you a different taste of the original. And I do love the way they've done the 2018. I mean, absolutely amazing artwork. And he must have had access to the original. Well, just like having a life cast. If you have the life cast, it'll show you everything. It does, and then it's just a matter of fine tuning it to make it look like uh, the mask when it was worn by somebody. The problem is that's the other thing too. The mask looks different depending on who wears it because it was such a small mask. The original mask that they used in the movie, they had like 3 or 4 of them, but they had a hero mask that they used that looked the best. And that one was actually all the close-ups. That was the one that they used in all the close-up shots. And the hero mask, uh, that particular one, I don't know, the eye cuts just were perfectly cut. Uh, it just it looked so creepy. But Nick Castle wore it. It gave it a stretched look. It gave it this elongated chin look here, which I'm not a fan of. I actually want it to look like the life cast. And that's what I went with that other. It's just like the life cast. So what I did was I left the lips alone here, and I just cut away from the bottom. I kept cutting away from the bottom here until I made that chin nice and narrow. And then I brought this area down just a little bit more. It's cut in a little further, all right, and not as round. It's more flat across the top, just a little bit flatter. It's not flat. It's rounded, but the chin's like this narrow now, all right, and it makes it look so right. It really nails it. It gives you the look that it's supposed to be. What am I doing here? Okay, I'm filling in the eye cuts because give me a second. I'm trying to keep this in my hand because now I always leave the shadowing up top a little thicker. I bring in the clay to the bottom, but I never go up inside of this to I need it to look like it's going to look with no eye cuts in there. Yeah, that's what I'm really trying to. All this gets changed. Why am I doing that? I'm not ready for that yet anyway. Okay. All right, let's start filling this other eye cut in. I'll turn it a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. Just actually creating a little bit of a point, and then I'm going to push it into here. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, it's sticking. Oh, you know why? I've done this already with newer clay. That's why it's sticking. I don't need to worry about that. Awesome. I'm trying to keep that line there so I can see. I just don't want to waste a lot of silicone when I do silicone this one. I'm not going to waste a lot of silicone in the process of, what do you call it? When you have deep undercuts and stuff, it also becomes more problematic for you to taking a little bit different approach this time. I'm gonna put little clumps in there at a time instead of trying to throw it all at once. It just keeps you from wasting a lot of material. But one thing I say about doing this Michael Myers, even though that it's taken me quite a long time to get it to where it looks right, or close to right. I always get close, but never right to the There's always something not quite perfect. Now what I'm doing is I'm putting the shape back into the eye cut from here. Yeah, we're dealing with some storms out there tonight. Real bad storm. Well, the storm that's hitting us right now is like 500 miles in diameter. It's huge. You got snow to the north, a lot of rain right here. We live far enough south where we get rain. I'm just trying to, I'm not going crazy tonight because I'm a little lethargic. I was in the hospital about 3-4 days ago, and arrhythmia, and I'm still in an arrhythmia. right now, but it's not because of. to see where that goes. Well, I'll fix that when I get to the point where I'm supposed to be getting to that point. Don't worry about that when it's time to get to that point. That old clay. Well, I got to clean this off. Just trying to smooth things out, that's all. Alright, now what I am going to do to give me a starting point here, hold on, let me do this. Where'd my rake go? Where'd my rake go? Here it is. Now, I made these rakes. And believe it or not, rakes are they'll really give you, they'll bring the clay together and give you your shapes perfectly. Now I'll be raking all this once I get the shape the way I want it. Alright, so we're putting a very, very thin worm from the top of the forehead down, just to keep that line in check. Whoa, wait a minute. You know what? Second thought, no, because I got to bring it out to, I want it to come out where I want it to be. Okay, so. Okay. Just making a worm here and making sure it's all the same size before I put it in here. Yeah, see how it doesn't want to stick? Okay. Alright. Heat gun, bring it on. Before the stuff melts. Just putting in where that little ridge on the forehead is, or before it hardens. I gotta mash it into that old clay. It won't be until I get to the profile, when I look at the profile to see how far out I have to go. That's why I'm not going to push down too much away from the center. And you know, everybody's method is just, you know, we're all different. We don't do everything exactly like the other guy. I'm just trying to keep everything in perspective my way. This way I don't lose track of where I'm at. Let me read your comments, guys. Okay, so nobody else has said anything. Bo Norton. Yes, congrats. Yes, I am so close to getting this thing where I want it to be. The entire Michael Myers experience, so to speak. Doing the flashback here. I promised a friend and somebody that comes to my house every once in a while, Pipe Master. You guys seen him on here. We've chatted with him. And he's a big time collector, and he has a hell of an eye too. And the weird thing is, you know, and I'll tell you this: if you ask him when you catch him on here next time, when you catch him on with me, you can ask him. You'll come here, and you see the sculpture in person. It is so different than seeing it on camera. It really is. The camera does not give you the real dimensions. It's close, but it's not. It's not. You know, it's like he came here and he went, "Oh wow, man! I didn't realize it looked like that." You know, and he was blown away by it, and you know, so there's always that. So yeah, it's a hard mask to really nail. It really is. And that's the other reason why I decided to go with the life cast, because the life cast gives me the I'm sorry, I'm concentrating because I'm trying to get this shape just right. The life cast gives me the true shapes that are on William Shatner's face, and not, you know, a photograph or a photos. They're two-dimensional, and it's very hard, no matter how you can look at almost every angle and still see something different, see something wrong. I have done this many times already, over and over and over again, trying to get it right. Very, very difficult. You know what? For shits and giggles, because I'll show you what I'm doing to the chin. Yeah. Let's do it with the shoot. Hold on. Before I do that, let me put this stuff off to the side and clean off this area real good, because when the new clay hits this, I don't want any dirt on there with it. I don't want any dirt on there with it. You know what? I got a better idea. There you go. Now, that'll catch. That'll catch what's going to fall off of here as I'm scraping this. All right, so we're going to grab my other tools. Mainly that one. I'm going to get this chin right. This chin is so far from being right. I can't move any of this. I have to go from the bottom to get this chin flatter. Now this tool that I'm using right here is a very sharp tool. It really cuts a lot of clay off. But it's going to come in. It'll start coming in a few seconds here. You'll start seeing the big. Like I just cut one hell of a lot of clay off of this. I'm going to show you in a minute. Look at all this clay I cut off of that. It's just stuck to the ball. Clay that I had in my hand. I'm not going for the castle stretch. You know, if you tackle it the wrong direction, if you start sculpting and you do something the wrong way, you can screw up everything and then have to literally do a ton of work to fix it. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's why I had to think thoroughly, really, how I wanted to tackle the chin because of how to get the chin right. Because if I had tackled it the wrong way, I would have been left with a big mistake. Notice I'm just pulling from the bottom right now. I'm just cleaning up as I go. I don't want the big pile of debris sitting on in front of me. I messing with the lips? Just a little bit, but not much. Not much. Main thing is the chin. Getting the chin right. Giving it a much flatter look. On the bottom it has to be flat, not rounded like it is. And it'll be cut back even further when I'm done with this. See where we're coming in now? See how all this is disappearing? Oh yeah. Now there'll be more bulk added to it in a few. Man, is it bad out there. Now to do that chin right, probably going forward now, I'm going to cut away a little bit from the front. All of a sudden the chin's going to start to look like it's pretty narrow and small, much smaller. Pretty crazy. The more you do, the more you learn. The more you learn, the better you get. See how the chin's starting to look now? It looks a little rough there. It's a little too sharp. Now I'll have to add some more clay up underneath, but I have to get a pillow to lean it back to be able to see exactly how I'm doing. Now see how much better that chin looks? It's narrower. All right, now there's one other issue, and that's going to take where's that little tool that I got? Here it is. A little too rounded. This has to go back further in here. I'll read you guys in a second. Give me a second here. I gotta find the right tool for this. Oops. I've done this so many times I don't even have to see it visually. I know exactly how it is now because I've felt it a million times. The life cast, I'm actually doing the life cast right now. I know the shape. I know how it has to be shaped. And this is it right here. What I'm showing you right now is the right chin mark. And I just have to fix. This has to be indented a little bit further. And that. Yeah, you gotta do it with a different tool. Gotta do it with something smaller and flatter. There we go. And like I said, right now this is generalized shaping. This is not. You're just bringing it in. You're just bringing in the shape where it has to be. There's one side of this is a cutting side and the other side is a moving side. It moves the clay and one side cuts the clay. The rest is like you just smooth it out. What I'd like to do is have those two sculptures right next to each other. I just don't have the space to do it. Now the other thing I'm going to do. what that is once I stick naphtha on there and brush it out with a real stiff brush, that will blend in, and you'll have this natural divot where on the life cast it's actually on there. But it's also on the flashback mask. I remember little details of what's on the flashback, and that's what I'm really trying to follow. Okay, so, and compared to other stuff that's out there. It's rough now, but it'll all come together. Oh yeah, man. That already looks 1,000 times better. From what I'm seeing, I can see where this is heading. That's the right depth of that chin. The chin's smaller. It doesn't have that big round. I'm telling you, if you go back to the beginning of this video, you'll see that chin's about that far down. Yep. Now I need to see a profile, but I can't do that until I get this cleaned up. Hold on. Where'd my other little pickup tool go? Yeah, this was a bad idea. I'll tell you why in a minute. Because if I go to slide this around, all this clay is going to fly all over the place onto my floor, and I don't want that to happen. I got another way to do this, and it's going to be simply pull this out, pull the plastic out from underneath of this. It'll come out. Dump it in my bucket. Oh, of course it jumps loose on me. Hold on, I'll read your comment in a second. Give me a second, guys. It's too far away for me to see. I need my trash can in there. Where'd that big one go? Here we go. Cleaning off the tabletop so I can move this thing around and not have to worry about it. The problem is it's old clay. Like I said, old clay doesn't get along with new clay. Alright. Not until you melt it anyway. You can melt it and bring it back. So that's deep enough now. Now let me see what the profile looks like. Now what I have to do, Now see, I still have to add a little bulk down in here, but not a lot. Biggest thing is I have to get this proportioned right here. And I can round it, I'll round it a little bit, but I have to do that tomorrow when I get the sponge. I have to go out to the shed to get that. Just lack of room. Lack of room. Oh yeah. I'm using a really big blade for this, but that's why I have to get the see, new clay, look how smooth that is. See how smooth that really, it doesn't flake up like, I mean it flakes up, but it doesn't. It sticks. See how it sticks to it's stickier. I have to melt the old clay. That's what I have to do. I have to melt it to get it right. And then this little portion here, I'm going to bring this down some. Too prominent. You want to make sure everything's very subtle and smooth. Take a look at the profile. Yeah, man, that's going to be where I'm at. Oh yeah. I'm tired out, guys. Let me read your comments. And I'm just going to sit and chat with you guys for a few minutes. What do you think? I can sit in front of the computer and see your chat and see your comments. Hold on. Princess, I'm sorry I didn't answer your reply right away. Wow, you're carving that into flashback. Yes, I am. It's going to be a flashback. I can see it coming through. Yeah, you're going to start seeing it coming through, man. Believe me. Alejandro, it's beautiful work, master. Alejandro, thank you very much. Princess, thank you so much. It's going to come out. You're going to start seeing it as it comes out. It's just going to be a little bit. It's going to be a little while. This is the actual original was the Night Creeper 78. This was a Night Creeper 78, and I'm shaping it now to bring out. I'm going to do the flashback. So we will have a really nice flashback when this is done. Yes, it's going to be fun to watch this come to life. I can't wait. I can't wait. The forehead needs a lot of work. The lips are pretty much spot on. The chin is almost perfect now. Well, I got it. I haven't even pulled up any of the pictures yet. I'm going off memory of my my memory, so I know what I have to do to bring it in. Uh, the reason why I have this bead here is one, the original mask had that little bit, and why it's so protruding is because I have to bring this out further. The forehead all has to be brought out more, a little bit more squared than this it's kind of like pure. It's almost like a little bit of an egg head. It's almost like egg shaped, the original mask. And the flashback's got a little bit more of a squarish look to it. So it's going to be nice when it's done. It's going to really, really be a beautiful piece, I think. You know what? I can pick this other one up and I can put it next to it to show you the flashback. That's what I'll do. This is the flashback, finished flashback. All right, you see the chin? You see how that chin is? The profile of the chin? See underneath of it? Now I have to bring that out. This is the finished flashback. Or not flashback. This is my Night Creeper 78. This is the original 78. It's got a combination look with the lips of the, I love these lips, the way they turned out with the chin and everything. Let me try and keep it steady so you can really look at it. This is the Night Creeper 78. Okay. See how the look at that lip, the way I have it angled at you now? It's a little bit more profound. It looks a lot nicer. And if you look at this, it's just a little bit different. And it's going to be the same way as this. So there you go. All right, let me read your comment again. Princess. Oh, Asylum. Okay. Got 2 accounts, do you? I was messing with a friend of mine now. I have 3 more days to change my name. Interesting. You'll have to tell me that story. That's interesting. Yeah, you'll have to tell me that story. But we're gonna have a cool flashback with this. This is really gonna be. I'm aiming for spot on. I really am. I want it to look really like. I want it to look exactly like the flashback. I do. I want it to look really, really good. And I think I can get it there. Because I have a really good understanding of. I have a real good understanding of how that flashback is supposed to look. And the secret to the real secret to the Michael Myers mask, I believe, is the way the eye cuts overhang. The eye scale has to overhang the undercuts. And the reason why I say that is because it's not paint that makes, no, it does make the mask, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about not just, but you got to remember the original movie, they didn't paint the lines into the face. They just painted that mask white. And all the shadowing you see on that mask is from lighting. It's not from, the shadows have to be natural. And the only way you're going to get shadows is if the right place, the right elements are in the mask. And that's what I'm aiming for. I want all the right elements there. This way, even if I throw in a little shadowing, if somebody wants their mask painted with some shadowing, they will have, it'll look great under the lighting. Curtis Joseph, how you doing, buddy? Bo Norton. When are your masks coming out? Well, I have that one, the one I just showed off a few seconds ago. I have that one ready to go, but I'm debating on whether or not I want to do the same thing to it as I did with this, because I like the way the eye scales, stick out a little further, and it just gives it that right look. I mean, believe me, this is nowhere near done yet. Don't look at that as a finished product. This is just getting the shape there. No, you don't want to change your name. Asylum. You don't want to change your name. Don't change your name. YouTube they really frown on that. Well, because it's like having separate accounts. It's like starting over again every time you do that. If you're, especially as a content creator, oh my God, that's death. So I stick with custom corpses. You guys all know me as DJ Styles. That's fine. The clay head, the cheek on the left looks different. Well, okay, Asylum, I'm not sure exactly whether you're talking about the other one or this one here. The one that's in film right on camera right now, are you talking about that one that looks different? Yes, it is different. I made the flashback, or not the flashback, I made the my Night Creeper 78 more natural looking. It has more of a natural look. I'm going to fix this as well. This is going to have more of a natural look. I don't like it being too sharp of edges is the right word. I don't even. I'm so lethargic now. It's so funny. All right, let me show you. See how hard that is right here, this hard edge? It can't be like that. It's got to be smoother. It's got to be wider. That whole thing's got to be more smooth. And then there's like a double check that goes in here too. There's one that goes this way, and then there's one that goes up a little bit. And then this has a little concaveness inside this cheek area here. Naturally, it goes up and it kind of concaves that in. That all is going to get done in the final, the final stages. Right now, I've got my eye cut. I got to work on this area here. This is the biggest area. I don't have to change the ears. I don't have to change any of that. I'm making sure the face is identical to that flashback. I'm really going to make sure that this is close to as close as I can get to the flashback. What I mean by this is because I can do it right now. There is. Let me see. What tool do I want to use to do that? I'm going to use that tool, I'm going to use that tool, I'm going to put the other tools in here, in here. I should be looking at pictures before I go and do this, but I'll do it for the hell of it. Alright, so. Believe me, I can fix anything that's not quite right. I'm just trying to show you that that's what's supposed to be in this cheek right here. And then what I have to do, oh there it is. And what I have to do is I have to smooth this out a little bit more. can't be that harsh edge. Now that's smoothed out a little bit better, but now I take a very stiff brush with naphtha on it, and I really rake it in. I rake it in there real good. I keep rubbing it until I get that hard line out of there, and that'll give me a natural look. I'm not ready to start doing details yet because I have to pull up the pictures of the flashback. I want that in front of me, and I don't want to do that without somebody with me talking to you guys and answering questions. He'll read them out loud to me so I can answer your questions instead of me trying to go back and forth and read, your comments. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that's going to be changed here. There's really going to be a lot of changes to the sculpture. So don't sweat it, guys. I'm not worried about it. I know I'll have it right. This area here completely gets revamped. You'll see as it goes. The nose is pretty dead on where it needs to be. I don't have to mess with that. I'll tell you what I'm not working on. The lips, very little work that has to be done there, just very little. It's just, it needs a little bit more of a bump out here. I don't know, maybe I'll leave it the way it is. It looks pretty good. Well, we'll see how the flashback looks when I see the pictures. I might have to change this. I don't know. No, that looks like, these look exactly like the flashback. They do. They're really spot on to the flashback. But the small details when it comes to the eye cuts, how this area here looks, I have to see how that is. I have to see how the top of the scale comes together. This is too wide right here right now, but that's okay. I can heat that up and I can fix that. Another thing that's happening here is this is sticking out too far, and the bridge of the nose is not going up. It's not quite deep enough. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second here. Now, this stuff's not warm enough. I gotta have warmer clay. But I gotta put a little bit more clay right in here. Just a little bit more. Yep. Asylum. Get that name changed, man. That's throwing me off. Well, let me see what you're saying here. Oop, that was me blocking the camera. I thought maybe my camera went out. Well, I can do a video. Would you consider doing a video of all the Myers masks you've made from beginning to end? Yeah, I can do a video on that, but a lot of them I've gotten rid of. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I did. I got rid of a lot of those masks because I don't have the space to hold them, and I didn't like them. But I have copies to show you what I did and show you the changes that I made as I was learning this process. Yeah, I can show that, but I can't really do a start to finish on how I made it because I didn't save those videos. I mean, whatever's on my channel is what's there. I don't have any of those videos stored on my hard drive. At the time, I didn't have a big enough hard drive. Now I've got two 12 terabyte hard drives that I can save a ton of stuff on. We're just really setting out I don't think in the beginning of this, I never really set out to create a YouTube channel. I did it for fun, just showing you my process of learning how to do this. I was never really gung ho on trying to create a channel, but it looks like that's the direction I'm going. Um, I really want the channel to succeed, but can it be all about just Michael Myers? I don't think I can succeed just doing Michael Myers masks. Um, you have to be a lot more broader with things. I'm going to make a lot of different stuff. I'm going to be doing like, silicone masters of different things. I got a skull that I want to do it'll produce really nice human skulls. Um, but the silicone's very expensive. And this is like the worst time of the year because there's not a lot of work right now. And so you got to be careful on how you spend money. It's just the way it is. But I'm going to do as much as I can. I got a lot of things coming. I haven't been able to actually introduce the people that are going to be involved on my channel. There's two other guys that are going to join my channel. That actually, one's electronics engineer, and the other guy is a video editor specialist. And he can really do, and he's also a musician, plays keyboards, drums, you name it, he can play it just about, guitar. And he's going to do music for the videos. He's going to do the video editing for like the uploaded videos that I do, not the lives. Actually, we're probably going to re-edit some of the lives that are popular on my channel. Re-edit them so they're not so long. We don't want videos that are like, Jesus. We don't want videos that are 4 hours long. We need videos to get to the point. Even the lives, they have to be re-edited. So this way you're not watching a 4-hour video. Like right now, I'm not sculpting. I'm not doing anything. I'm just talking to you guys. If you're on with me and you get to, maybe I'll do something with a Patreon where it'll go on to that. But I don't understand anybody that wants to just sit and listen to me talk. I don't know. I don't see myself as an entertainer in that department as far as talking. I just say what I'm doing. I just talk about the things I'm doing. And when I'm lethargic, you can tell. That's obvious. Maybe you find humor in that. I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. I enjoy it all, man. And I do enjoy talking to you guys. I do. I really enjoy it. I don't like the uploaded videos that much because I don't really get to talk to you guys. It's fun. I like talking to you guys. When you ask questions and stuff like that, it's more interactive. It makes it more fun for you and me, I believe. The problem is the videos don't get good likes if they're 4 hours long and you've done nothing but chat. When you're watching a video that's already been live, you can't join a chat room. You can ask questions while you're watching that video and post it, but you can't ask me live. Then you got to wait for my response and all that fun stuff. So the live videos, they're going to be heavily edited after they're done being live. I'm sure my buddy will make sure anything funny that happens during the video, make sure it's shared. The one thing I don't like doing, especially when you're live, even when I'm recording videos, I like leaving the mistakes in. Because, like I said, I'm only doing this for 3 years. I've only been doing this for 3 years, and I'm learning, and I'm showing you the learning process and everything I'm doing. So, if it saves you some trouble, that's great. If you guys are jumping into this, and those that have been doing it longer than me, can point out things that that are wrong, that don't look quite right. And I followed a lot of you guys. Take Off Vision, you're one of them. I followed a lot of your advice. There's Pipe Master, I followed you, but you guys got to understand, you all have your own version, your own vision of what a perfect Michael Myers mask is to you, including myself. It would cost a fortune for you to have an artist, myself or anybody, to customize the mask that you want out there, that you really like, uh, versus what I would like, versus what anybody else likes. So just gotta keep that in mind, guys. And the other thing too is I try not to be exact. I don't want to be an exact replica of anybody else's version of the mask. Like Trick or Treat Studios, I'm not trying to make an exact replica of that. I'm doing the flashback because that's based upon the original movie. I'm doing the kills and the ends and the 2018 are going to be based off of my 1978 Night Creeper. I'm not changing that mask to look like the Trick or Treat Studios version. I'm not doing that. I'm going to age my mask into the 2018 and into but the shape of it stays the same. It's going to be that mask. This one here is going to be the flashback mask. I want my own originality to the mask. I want my own little version of it. Some people may love it. Some people may go, it's okay. Some people may hate it. But you have to make your own little version, because what's the difference if I replicate somebody else's work to a T outside of the original, which is based upon my version? What I like is actually the actual William Shatner. I'm trying to replicate William Shatner more than I am the mask itself. So let me read this. Yeah, it has the flashback. I don't want to say princess, but I'm going to say princess until you change your name. How's that? I'm going to call you princess from now on until you get that name changed. Change that name back. Anyway, the flashback Myers reminds me of the H2 Myers. It has the elements. It has all. It's the H1 and the H2. It's both. It's both. But then the original mask is it's the actual H1, but it looks different because it was worn by a different person, and it was a small mask. And Nick Castle had a very long head. He had a long face, and it stretched the mask out, and it changed the shape of the eye cuts. It changed the way now Dick Warlock, his head was very wide at the top, and it stretched out the mask this way, and it pulled the eye cuts tighter, and it made the nose get a little bit it pulled the nose over in this direction, which gave it a weird bump. It made it look like a bump right here. Now, I'm not trying to replicate the mask as it's being worn. I'm trying to give you the mask as it is without anybody wearing it. All right. Well, that was something blowing down the side of the house. But and the reason for that is as you wear the mask, it'll change the look of it when somebody's wearing it, just depending on the size of their head and what it looks like on their face. But all the features will be there. The features will be exactly what it's supposed to be. It's just, man, what the hell is blowing around out there? Something blowing out. You guys probably heard that on camera. Something's blowing around. I got to go take my medicine. You guys hang on 1 second. Talk to each other. Talk to each other. Let me read your last comment. I saw it pop up. No, okay, you didn't. Curtis Joe's is twice the price. I got a single gallon kit. Never again. Too much cash. Yeah, the gallon kits of silicone are very expensive. You're better off buying the small kits. I'm sorry, Curtis. I should have read that first. I don't know if it came up later or I just missed it. Anyway, Curtis Joseph, you're absolutely right. Getting the gallon kit. I still have like a little bit of silicone in each one of those buckets over there in the corner. I'm going to buy the small kits. I might buy 2 or 3 of the small kits to do the job. But let me go take this medicine, my heart medicine, and I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. I'm back. Sorry, guys. I'm back. I had to get a drink of water, too, while I was at it. You like the Rob Zombie? I'm not going to bust on that. Everybody, it's what you like. You have to like what you like, and I'll never talk down on anybody that likes any specific thing. Believe me, you like what you like, and a lot of it with me. The reason why I love what I love, it's more because of when I grew up. I've had people say that they like the Halloween 4 and 5 masks from the original Halloween 4 and 5. And it might have been because it was their first experience with Michael Myers. I don't know what the reason is. I just know that I try not to bust on anybody for liking what they like. You like what you like. You like it, that's it, man. Go buy the damn thing, make the thing, whatever you want to do. Enjoy the ride, man. It's all fun. It's all about art. It really is. I'm 61 years old. The reason why I love the original mask more than any other mask is because I was 16 years old when that movie came out, and I saw it with my two cousins, and that was a fun trip, believe me. I left the theater with my arms bleeding because, like an idiot, I sat between the two girls, and back then, that movie was like one of a kind. There was nothing out like that. And it scared the crap out of people. It really did. It was almost like The Exorcist. The Exorcist scared the hell out of people. It really did. And it was because of the times. Now, if you watch Halloween, I still love the movie for nostalgia reasons, but I'm sorry, I get bored with it because I've seen it too many times, one. But I'm always looking at it now. I look at it now for nostalgia. And I also look at it for getting a good view of the mask, but I've seen it so many times now. I've seen every angle. I've stopped motion. I've done everything I can to get as much look of the mask as possible. It just doesn't hold up to today's standards, and the reason why that, I believe, is because of how many movies came out that copied that and have made us numb to a lot of horror movies now. We're not really, it takes a lot to creep you out. The one element they didn't do right on this reboot, the 2018, the kills and the ends, they never gave Michael Myers his perspective of view. And that was a big mistake, I think. If they had just done that again, it would have really given it more creepiness. The original film, when he was watching people from his perspective, that just gave it that extra element of like creepiness. It did. And then hearing him breathe, so there was never a second guess that it was him watching the person. The lighting tricks that were done in that original movie were absolutely amazing. I want to say John Carpenter basically reveals there were a couple movies that influenced that, and one was A Touch of Evil for the mask, and the camera lighting, the blue lighting that he used, was done because of a movie called it was Jack Nicholson, Chinatown. They used that same blue lighting in that movie. To put it in a creepier atmosphere, I think was very original with John Carpenter. Did he think that would anybody know that they had a gold mine, or a movie or a character that was going to last for 50 years, 40 some years, 45 years is it now? That's a long time, man. I'm 61, and when the movie came out, I was 16. So I had a lot of fun through the years. You know, we wish we could have had that mask. Oh my God, we wish we could have had that mask. Now I'll tell you a little quick story that I've told on many videos before. Let me read your. I will say the Rob Zombie masks are more realistic, rotted than the Blumhouse masks. Well, actually, if you know anything about latex, Rob Zombie got that right with the torn mask, like when it was torn and stuff. But latex, over time, especially like 30 years, latex gets gummy and it rots. The way it rots, it actually melts. It doesn't. If somebody had done a melted mask like they attempted with, when he caught on fire in Kills, the Kills mask, I really love that mask. I do. I really, really love the mask. Now, the reason why I don't like Rob Zombie's mask, it wasn't because of the texturing or any of that. It was because it didn't really follow suit to what the Michael Myers face was, and that was actually William Shatner. William Shatner's face is just so iconic to being Michael Myers. And that's one of the reasons why, with the older crowd, part 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all those other masks never pleased the hardcore original fans. Because the original fans from the original Halloween 1 and 2, I've known about that mask for many years, and I'll tell you another story right now. So I had an opportunity. When I was a kid, I worked on the boardwalk in Wildwood, New Jersey. All right, and I was too young to get. I was too young for working papers. And I was so they worked me under the table, which is illegal as hell today. It was illegal then, but they didn't really bust your stones too much. So I would go in and I would help clean up, and it was a place called the Fun Shop. Now the Fun Shop it had magic tricks. It had magicians would go there and buy like flash paper, and they would buy tricks. They would buy magic tricks from that shop. But they also sold Don Post masks. They had a lot of Don Post, and they had Captain Kirk, and they had Leonard Nimoy, Spock. And I don't know how many times I put that mask away, and it was in my hands. The original 1975 mask was in my hands multiple times as a kid. But it was a cheap mask. It was Captain Kirk. It wasn't an expensive mask. I think it was anywhere from $5 to $10. I can't remember exactly how much it cost, but I used to think to myself, oh no, and I just put them away. There was so many. You used to have so many of them, and it got to the point when it first came out, they sold quite a few of them, but then it kind of went down to nothing, where nobody was buying it ever. So he was stuck with like a large amount of those masks. And man, looking back, even in '78, when the movie came out, once I found out what they did and how they made the mask, I was like, man, I had all those masks right in my hands. I could have had a whole bunch of them. Because he literally threw them away. He couldn't sell them. He threw away probably at least 50 or 60 masks of William Shatner. Wow, man. Can you imagine? All those masks just went right in the trash. But, and the reason why, and I have to update that, because on the video that I shared that same story, at that time I didn't know what happened to those leftover masks, because I had already been, the summer was over. But I ran into the guy that actually managed the shop. And now he's real old. The guy's like, he's like 75, almost 80 years old now. And he was a young guy. I'm 61, so yeah, he was like 20. He was like 15 years older than me or something like that.
But anyway, I ran into him last year, might have been last year, and he told me about how he had to throw all those masks out. And he felt the same way because he's a big Michael Myers mask. And the reason why he found me is because he was looking on my Facebook. He found me, he remembered my name. Don't know how he remembered that, but he remembered my name. And then he found my custom corpses and he saw me making the mask. And he reached out to me and he's like, "Oh my God, dude, you ain't gonna believe this." Wow. And he told me the whole story about what he ended up doing with the masks. He had a better shot of having all the masks than I did, but I was throwing them out too. I mean, it got to the point where we just had so many stockpiles of different masks. They had the creature from the Black Lagoon, they had the zombie, they had the vampire, they had the, oh my God, there were so many different masks from Don Post in there. I don't remember them all. That's how many there were. I was, 1975, I was 13 years old. You know, so you don't remember details of your childhood. You remember certain things, but you don't remember like, if somebody asked me, what did you do the whole summer of 1975? Well, 1975, I worked at the fun shop, and I remember going to see the movie Jaws, unbelievable amount of times. I was 13 and we were hanging out, and the guy that's going to be joining me, his name's Bob, he was my best friend, he was with me. Yes, that is the great news. I have the life cast. I love the H6. I didn't like the torn mask. I did Myers dirty in Ends. I hate the Ends movie. I hate the movie. I do like the mask. The mask was good. Now, for some people, they're not going to like it because it was a big mask. Yeah, it was a bigger mask. I have it right up here. I have an Ends mask. I'll show it to you. Hold on. I have to keep that water in me. I'll bring the Ends mask down and show you. Pull it down from my shelf. Come on, get off of there. I have a 78 that I overhauled too. Trick or Treat Studios overhauled a 78. Now the Ends I haven't overhauled yet. This is still just from the there's my Ends. There's my Ends mask. Now, honestly, it's not a bad paint job. It's not bad at all. I haven't done anything to this yet. But, you know, it's a nice mask. It's thin. I keep it out of the light. But this is an Ends mask right here. It's Trick or Treat Studios Ends mask. Come on, stop. That's the one. I think it's a very good mask. It's a very nice mask. It's a nice sculpt. The details are really in the mask. It's not like that's 2018. A lot of that stuff was all painted into it. Just they were lost. They got washed out. A lot of the details. This has all the cracks. It has all the wrinkles. I don't like the paint job. I mean, I like the paint job for what it is. It's a $60 mask, $70 mask. It's a far cry better than the way they painted the first 2018 mask. And the Kills was a good mask. But these two are my favorites. The Kills and the Ends are my favorite masks. Now, as far as the 2018 goes, 2018 was just too small. Too small. Now, I didn't style the hair. I still got to take this hair up. I'm going to change the hair. I'm going to change the paint scheme on this. I just haven't had time to do anything. I really haven't. So, I've been worried about I've been dealing with my health issues, tackling that. I've lost 70 pounds in about 4 months. Lost a lot of weight. There's the ends mask. I don't know if you guys have one or you ever bought one. It's a cool mask. It really is. I do like it. The details are in there. All you have to do is put a better paint scheme on this and you've got yourself a nice mask. And the hair has to be better. And the thing is, this mask could be the kills or the ends. You know, you just do away with the basically what this is cotton. They took fine cotton and they stuck it with glue. They stuck it all over and they're trying to present that as moss. But I can do away with all the cotton and just make it into a kills mask. Close enough. Because they basically look the same. The sculpt is pretty much the same. It's a little bigger. This is bigger. But the sculpt is pretty much the same. It really didn't take any other damage outside of the... Let me put that back up there. And read your comment while I'm walking past. Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, look, hey, I'm not gonna. I didn't like it, Bo. If you like it, that's okay. You like the movie. If it worked for you, it worked for you. It didn't feel like a Michael Myers movie. I don't know. I just didn't like the way they killed him off. I guess maybe that was it. I'm gonna take down Now this is my overhaul of the. Yeah, this is my overhaul of the Trick or Treat Studios 1978 mask. And this is what I'm talking about. The eye cut on the bottom comes in behind the nose, right? Right here. Comes in right behind the nose. But notice the upper eye cut is not overhanging. It's literally just straight up and down. It's literally the same distance right there. This overhangs just a little bit, but not much. I'm not a fan of this mask that much. Now see here, you see that check mark that goes up here and then it's dented down here some too. Alright, so that's pretty accurate. The cheek is. I don't put slits in the mouth. Some people do. I don't slit the mouth. The reason why I don't do it is because I think it helps deteriorate the mask over time easier. It's better that you, like I styled the hair. The hair still has to be, it's not quite where I want it to be yet. It's a little too thick. I got to brush it out a little more. And I made it kind of messed up. You have to watch the video on how I hair the mask and everything. But this is the Trick or Treat Studio 78. I repainted it. I did everything to this. I re-haired it. Repainted it. I have different hair on there. It's not the original hair. There's a little too much hair on the sides and a little too much on the top. I can mat that down, but I don't want to make it look too wet. And it's a little too short in the back. I'm gonna put another strip of hair right underneath of this layer of hair here, just to make it a little longer in the back. But the tangled look, a lot of people have a hard time getting it to look tangled like this, and I show the secret on how to do that. And there's other people out there showing that same secret, but you don't want it to look brushed. Your hair is very important with a Michael Myers mask. You don't want it to look brushed and too neat, because they literally messed up. The skin tone is really good on this. The overspray's done right. Under the neck, the skin, the flesh tones are underneath of the chin. I sprayed downwards onto this to give me that effect. And even on the 78, you see that bump out right here. See it right here? See that bump out? I got to do all that, but the scale's wrong on this. The scale's not right. It's not. But this is the Nick Castle stretch. See how the chin's stretched out longer down here? This is based off the Nick Castle stretch. It opened up the eye cuts further. Now I didn't change these eye cuts at all. I just put a little bit of brush on, but not much. I didn't change them. These are still the original eye cuts that were in there. I got a good mask out of it. This was a good mask. And that's why I kept it. I didn't sell it. I mean, it's not a bad sculpture. I do like it, but it's not. I don't know. There's things about it that aren't quite right. And like I said, it's a $60 mask. I'll tell you right now, we would have killed for something like this back in the day because they didn't come up with any kind of. Even the Halloween 4, 5, 6. If they had a mask like this on the character, those backup movies would have been a hit. Those added movies would have been great. That 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all those masks. If they could have used this mask on all those movies, that would have been a home run. But they went away from the William Shatner, and that's why I didn't like the movies. All because of a mask. Now I love Donald Pleasance; he's a great actor. If it wasn't for him, those movies really would have been bad, in my opinion. But I enjoyed them, but I didn't get the same effect. The mask always looked clowny to me. It looked too clownish. The eyebrows were too round. Tommy Lee. Yo, what's up, Angelo? Arrow Electronics. Tommy Lee wore the mask. It honestly looked better. Well, I mean, like I said, let me see. Who was Tommy Lee? Tommy Lee. Yeah. From the original. It actually did look good on him. That original mask was cool. The original mask, I just don't think anything has ever been able to touch it. That's why everybody strives so hard to replicate that mask, to try to make that mask. But it's a difficult mask to really replicate. It is very hard. But this is going to be the flashback, guys. Are you ready for it? And the other mask is almost ready for mastering. I'm debating on whether or not I want to fix that the deeper eye sockets on the lower part of the eye sockets. Yeah, that really makes the face look elongated. I'm thinking I might do that. And then I don't know. What I'll do is I'll go off of this. What I'll do is I'll finish this guy. All right. See how I like this version of this. All right. And then I'll do the replica of the flashback mask. You know, this is going to be the flashback, and then once I have it mastered in silicone, then I'll alter it again to bring it back to the one that's over here on the shelf. That doesn't mean I'm not going to master this. I'm going to master this. I want to make sure that these masks are going to be available for this coming Halloween. One way or the other, they are going to be done for Halloween. So just so you know, I'm taking my time over the winter. I want to make sure that these are ready for Halloween, this coming Halloween. I'm aiming to have them in production by September. That's the truth. So That's where I want to be. I want to be in production by September. And that would be awesome. If I can be in production by September, that would really, yeah. So what do you think these masks will go for, guys? I know the collectors are going to jump on it first, that's for sure. This one's hard to judge right now because, you know, it's nowhere near done. That could be a good reason. But what do you think? Am I headed in the right direction with the flashback? I think I am. I really do. I think I'm heading in the right direction with the flashback. And I will make it look amazing. And that's going to be fun. See, the one thing when you're going live, it's tough to work and do the live at the same time. It's like I'd rather pre-record when I'm sculpting. This way I can sculpt and talk and not have to worry about trying to read your comments. When I go live, I want to do things that are a little bit less time consuming and not as precision as this. This takes a lot of precision, and sometimes like I'll all of a sudden in the middle of a sentence stop talking and like concentrate on what I'm doing, and that happens a lot when you're focusing. So, and it's annoying when you're trying to work. It really is, because you lose focus. If you lose focus on what you're doing, you forget something, and all of a sudden you forget to go back to it, and all of a sudden the mistake's still there on the sculpture, and you're going, oh man, I didn't fix it. So that's why I hate sculpting when I'm live. I have to be really focused, and I don't want to go back. I don't want to miss something, miss things. That's the key. You don't want to miss anything. Oh, yeah. So this is going to be a nice piece. I think this is really going to be nice when it's done. This is going to bring. I'm really going to bring it all together with this sculpture here. This will be a nice flashback. And if I'm really happy with it as a flashback, I might alter this one into my original 78, depending on how the scowl looks and the way the eye cuts look when it's all done, said and done. We'll see how it looks. Or you just make the flashback into just by paint job. No, it's because the flashback looks different. I gotta keep the flashback by itself. But it'll look good. It really will. Reading your comments. Yeah, when he punched his head off, yes. Yes, I agree with that. He didn't. You know what I'm going to do? Because I'm tired of standing over here. Bo, it's really tough to set a price range right now because they're not done. And until I have one painted and finished, and I still really want to test market the mask once they're really finished. That means make one and put it on eBay and see what a collector might want to buy it for. If a collector says, "Hey, I find this worth every penny." Let me put this thing where it needs to be. Hold on. Can't be there. Give me a second here. I need to put the chair where it needs to be. so I can sit and talk to you guys while you can look at this thing, I guess. Give me a second. Terrible. Trying to move everything around. Trying to move it all around here. Okay, now let's put you back in camera here. Jesus. These legs are so wobbly. All right, now let me get the lighting on there a little better so you can see this thing a little better. Oh, wonderful. Come on. There we go. Let me raise this guy up. So you can see the shadowing, right? Okay, then I can sit down. Then I can just look at the camera, look at the text that you guys, now text away guys, now let's talk. Because now I can read everything you're writing without hesitation. I have not set a price range yet, Bo, because I definitely want to test market everything. Yeah, I can already see that cheek needs to come up just a little bit higher. I'll point to it. Hold on, let me find something to point to it. This cheek right here is too low. It needs to be about right here. It needs to be right about there. I mean, it only has to come up maybe just a little bit. Just looks like it's drooping down a little too low. That's okay, I can fix that. Yeah, bumping out those eye cuts definitely is going to make a big difference from the bottom and to top and the top. It changes the look of the. It really does give it the right look. On the right. This side or that side? This side or that side? This side or that side? Has a lazy look. The right side of the mask, if you're wearing it, definitely droops down more. Has more of a lazy look. The eye cuts I didn't change the shape of. What you're looking at right there, the eye cuts have not been changed. The only thing that's been changed is the scowl and underneath the eye cuts. I have not changed anything yet. I have to change all that. That's still, we got a long, right now what you're looking at is bulking out. I'm just bulking out where it has to be on his right. Yes, it droops down a little further. Yes, you're right. And that's the way it's supposed to be. And it does droop down, but you can't have it droop down too far because it doesn't look right. The key to the eye cut, like right now, you're seeing it in shadow right in here. And I need something better to point with. All right, right in here, the shadow that you're seeing, right, is where you're seeing it because it hasn't been shaped yet all the way. the eye cut does droop more. You know, you're gonna see, you'll see it all when it all comes together. Yes, on his right, I got you. It'll all come together real nice when it's all done. It really will. I just have to fix those little imperfections. The right cheek has to be changed a little bit, altered. The forehead gets completely revamped. The top of the forehead. That's why I'm bulking out that center piece. I'm just trying to create depth. I have to look at it from side view. Actually, I'm pretty close. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close. I have to bring that. You see where that center ridge is? Yeah, well, Flashback was great, and Kills, I think Kills was the best out of all three of their versions, all three of their movies. Kills was the best because it was Michael Myers going on a rampage like he should have. But Ends, oh my God, really? I'm sorry, Bo, if you like Ends or anybody that does like Ends. I did not like Ends a little bit. And Jamie Lee Curtis, she should have been killed off years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not a Jamie Lee Curtis fan. She was good when she was young. But you know what, she feels like she overacts now. She overacts. Everything's overreaction, over dramatized, just too much overreaction the way she acts. I try to put myself in a female's shoes being scared, but you can't be scared and act tough too. Like she got over dramatic with the daughter, and scared for them, but yet act like the toughest thing on the planet. And I get the perspective of it. I just don't think she delivered it right. I don't know. I don't know. It's just me. I'm just not a big fan of Jamie Lee Curtis. Nothing personal, because I could care less about their person, what they like or dislike in life. But as an actress, I just don't enjoy her that much. Hey, whatever makes it work for you. We can blame Jamie Lee Curtis for Ends. Yeah. I didn't like in Kills. The one thing I didn't like was the people, but it was also in the original Halloween too. So I can't really criticize it too much, but I still didn't like it because we had a lot of real riots going on at the time when this Halloween Ends came out, and when they started like evil must die, I don't think if I ever hear that again, it wouldn't be soon enough. I can't stand that whole like chant that the crowd was doing, and it just really was. It just felt stupid. And I don't want to talk political on here, please. I don't even want to go there. But that's another story in itself. But in my movies, I don't want politics in it. I don't want nothing in that's related to politics or anything. I want politics-free movies. I don't want statements. I don't want trends of whatever's going on in the world. Let's put it in the movie too. I hate that kind of stuff. I really do. Good, bad, or in between. Keep it out of the movies that I watch. I don't appreciate it. I'm not stupid by far. No more Michael Myers. No, you know what they'll do? I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, Bo. And here's where I would pick up. This is my idea for if I had the money and I could return this character to film, I would pick up right where Kills left off. I enjoyed Halloween 2018 and I enjoyed Halloween Kills. All right? Here's what I would do. At the very end of Kills, he kills the daughter. He kills Jamie Lee Curtis's daughter. All right? let's say he hears over the radio, just like in the original Halloween 2. You're going to know where I'm going with this in a few seconds, if not already. Michael Myers is coming out the back way, and he overhears. Yes, exactly, Princess. Princess, I hate calling you that. Norton, I'm talking about picking up the timeline right from Halloween Kills and pretend ends never happened, just like they did with Halloween Original 2. But here's what I would do. I would have Halloween at the end of Kills. Michael Myers overhears the radio. Jamie Lee Curtis is being transported to another hospital out in the boonies because we don't want Michael Myers to find her, because we think she's after her. We think he's after her. So they transport her to a hospital that's doesn't have very many patients, just like the original Halloween 2 movie, the 1981 Halloween 2. You bring back Halloween 2 with some of the original characters, like make him a doctor, bring back all the characters, Leo Rossi, bring back all the characters that were in there that didn't get killed. All right. Oh, you can't bring back Leo does get killed. I'm sorry. Whoops. Although it's a different timeline, so all those characters can be in the movie. Yeah, why not? They didn't die. It's a new timeline. So have Leo Rossi back in that movie. Have Lance Guest back in that movie. Have all the characters that were in Halloween 2 back. All right, and have it in a desolate, empty hospital, just like the original Halloween 2, and that's how I would bring back the series. What do you guys think of that idea? I thought about this a while back. I actually think it's in one of my videos that I posted up here. But that's my concept of what they should do to bring back Halloween and then incorporate the original Halloween 2 back into the fold. And Halloween Ends never happened. I hate that movie. I hate that movie. New timeline, but you got to pray that whoever takes over that series knows what they're doing, and I hope they can't get into another bind not being able to use the William Shatner lookalike. It doesn't have to be. I would actually try to buy the rights to the mask, or at least use the mask just for the movie. The one that they used in the original, in this new timeline of the 2018 and the Kills. Use that same mask, bring it into that film. Or just, like, if you can't get that mask, I don't think, because of how many years have gone by, I think the William Shatner mask now you can use in any movie. But the thing you have to do is, let's say, at the end of, you pick up at the end where she's struggling for life and she rips the face off the mask in Halloween Kills. So now Michael is maskless, all right? And he's got to go find a new mask. So he goes to the store and he finds a brand new William Shatner mask. And it starts over again. And now he's got a original Shatner mask again. Maybe you do that if you can't use the ones that they used in Halloween 2018 or the Halloween Kills. So, well, it would have to be the Halloween Kills mask. So, because that's where it ends. It ends with that mask on his face. So that's my thought. You can get around this stuff, and I actually think the Michael Myers mask is really owned by nobody at this point, not the original mask. I think that's open game. I think anybody can use that or copy that. You can't make a version of, the 2018 or the Kills or the Ends, because they're copyrighted protected, I'm sure. Unless they bring the same guy that made that mask back into the fold. Bring him back as their mask maker. And, I don't know. I don't know the answers to everything. I just know that that's what I want. where he got his fingers blown off. Yeah, that was kill. That was cool. That was in 2018 though, right? Yeah, that was 2018. So you can't really go unless you go all the way back and start a whole new timeline. I don't agree with that because I do like the 2018 and I do like the kills. Those two were awesome. And I think that my idea of eliminating ends and bringing in right from kills, and then have Jamie Lee Curtis transported to a desolate hospital that's out of town, and Michael Myers goes on another killing spree as he's trying to beeline to get to that hospital. And meanwhile, they're all trying to find him, that kind of thing, because he keeps leaving bodies as he's going. And, bring back the creepiness, the stalking, bring back, my movie would have his point of view again. I would have his perspective when he was stalking somebody or he's watching people. You have to have that in there to bring that original feel back. That's how I would do it. That would be my storyline. Maybe somebody sees this video that has the power to make that happen and does it. Maybe somebody does it as a small video. We may be doing that with my buddy. We might make a movie picking up right from Halloween Kills. We might do that and make a small movie and put it out there on Facebook, YouTube. My buddy is a movie editor, and he knows how to shoot movies. And I can't be Michael Myers yet. I'm not thin enough yet. So, but I'm getting there. I'm 73 pounds, 72 pounds lighter. I'm getting light on my feet, man. So, like I said though, it's cool. I just think that. Yeah, that was a good scene. I think 2018 wasn't, 2018 Halloween wasn't as good as Kills. I think Kills was the best because it really, it was just too much about Laurie Strode and her sycophantic problems of dealing with Michael Myers killer, which I do agree that it would mess somebody up. But 40 years later, I don't know, man. I think you get a little bit of forgetfulness at some point. You're not living like a hermit like she was at that point. I guess maybe, I don't know, if you know that the guy's still alive. And there's a supernatural to Michael Myers. There is a supernatural element. There's no way he gets pitchforked and stabbed and cut and shot and still be breathing. I'm sorry. And even if he is breathing, how strong can he be at that point? So yes, there's a supernatural element to him. And as Dr. Loomis said, there's nothing more powerful than the unconscious mind. So if that's the supernatural edge that gives him makes him who he is. They messed up the series when I can't read because there's a heart next to when they said the other movies didn't happen. Well, the only movie they said didn't happen was Halloween 2. Oh no, I'm wrong. Halloween 2 on. That's right. The rest of them didn't happen. I don't think that was a mess up. They went back to the original feel, and actually John Carpenter agreed with that. But I think, to pay homage to the original Halloween 2, because there was a lot of good actors in that, and there was a lot of good, it was still the original, it was still that first night. I would bring the Halloween 2, original Halloween 2, back into the fold, into my storyline. And the rest of them, you can bring all them back into the next, my timeline of what I'm talking about. You could bring in Halloween 2, that would be the first one. All right. It would bring you back to the original Halloween 2 storyline, all right, but completely change it because those characters got killed off in 2, but you can still have them back in because it's a new timeline and none of that happened yet. All right, so you can bring back Leo Rossi, you can bring back Lance Guest, you can bring back any of those characters and just have them in different roles, like they did for the sheriff. What's his name? You know, he was working at the hospital as a security guard. That was pretty interesting. I love that. Sheriff Racket. They brought him back into, you know, the movie by, you know, making him the security guard in Halloween Kills. And you can do the same thing with all those old characters. I really love Leo Rossi. He was such a great guy. I met him this, not this summer, but the summer before last. I met Lance Guest. Didn't really get to talk to him too much because there was too many people waiting to see him. So it was just a photo op. But Leo Rossi and Dick Warlock, I gave Dick Warlock a mask, and he has it. And I got to talk to him, and I actually talked to him online a lot. You know, so not a lot, but I mean I do talk to him a lot. I talk to him enough, and I'm sending him one of the masks as soon as they're done. Cutting out Halloween 2 was a mistake. I don't think so. Not if they do what I think would be a brilliant idea, and that's bring back in a new timeline, get rid of ends, and bring back Halloween 2 in my timeline. That would be friggin' awesome. I hope somebody hears me. I hope somebody does it. I hope somebody comes up, or at least come up with that idea. That'd be great, you know, because that could restart the whole series. You know, there's a lot of people out there that love, and I'm one of them. I loved Halloween 2. Halloween 2, Michael Myers was kind of zombie-ish, like he was, he was very, he was just, you know, pure focused on get the kill, you know, and he was slow moving, he was, you know, after being shot and, you know, beaten, he had to have been dead at that point, or, you know, close to it. So, what was keeping him going? You know, Halloween 2 gave it that really spooky element. I really did like Halloween 2. I loved it. I love Leo Rossi. He's one of my favorite actors too. There's just a lot of things that were in that movie that really, it sold it. It sold it for me. You know, it really was good. But in my timeline, that's how I would start off. I would start off at the end of Halloween Kills, and I would bring in Halloween 2, the original, just by moving. Oh, they moved Laurie Strode. Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it. You hear it over the radio. Laurie's daughter was killed. Somebody's got to tell Laurie. Oh, they can't tell her because she was moved. She was transferred to another hospital out in so-and-so place. And he overhears that, Michael Myers. And then he goes on a rampage through the town and through wherever he goes to go steals a car or whatever. You know, you can create all kinds of kills, clever kills, between here and getting to that hospital. And then redoing the hospital all over again. Make Leo Rossi I don't know, you can make them both doctors. You know, Leo Rossi is a doctor, and so is Lance Guest. You know, and they're still buddies. That would be cool. That would be so cool. You know, and you know, that whole crew could be alive. And then you can just completely rechange all the kills. You don't do the same kills. You pay homage to maybe the kill. Like, I love the kill in Halloween 2 where he stabs the nurse in the back in the hallway and lifts her straight up out of her clogs, and the clogs hit the ground. Well, maybe you make a change. Maybe the clogs come off, and along with her glasses or something else comes off. Her wig falls off. I don't know. Make it an older woman, and her wig falls off. That would crack you the hell up, man. Oh, God. I'd be sick like that. I could create something like that to really give you that extra element of like, okay, it's paying homage to that scene, But what can we do that would drop out, drop off of her, that would be really funny at the same time? And I think a wig would be hysterical. Her wig falling off as her head dropped down. Instead of clogs hitting the ground, you know. You can pay homage to those kills without actually repeating those kills. I love the kill in Halloween 2 when Michael killed the cop, when he ripped his body in half. Are we talking about the same Halloween 2? Halloween 2 is 1981. That's the Halloween 2 that I want to pay homage to, not Rob Zombie's. I don't care about Rob Zombie's at all. I never watched the Halloween 2 and Rob Zombie. I didn't like the first one. I didn't like him explaining how Michael Myers was created. I didn't like the kid that was playing Michael Myers. I didn't like that movie at all. So I never wasted my time watching Halloween 2. Now it's just my opinion. If you like it, you like it. I'm not trying to bust on that, but if it was my movie, I'm not paying homage to anything Rob Zombie did. I'm doing everything from the original Halloween 2. My homage is original Halloween 1 and Halloween 2, with the Shatner masks. Nothing else. And then you can do all those next movies from the original 81 Halloween movie. If my timeline started at Halloween 2, the original 1981, you can go to Halloween 3, 4, 5, well actually Halloween 3 had nothing to do with. Actually, you can bring in the Halloween 3, all right, as kind of a separate storyline, but attach it to a Halloween 3. And you can recreate the whole new timeline with that. You can make 5, 6 movies, with that new timeline, and you can pay homage to every one of those movies. Only I would not repeat anything that's been done in those movies. Outside of paying homage, you recreate a scene that's iconic that you just have to have in there. Only you got to put a little twist to it, and I would actually put a twist with a little bit of humor to it, just to say, yeah, we're giving you a little head, like attaboy, an attaboy. We're giving you a little attaboy for that clever scene. So we're gonna pay homage to that scene and just make a little change to it that makes it a little humorous. And believe me, I think if that happened, where he kills an older woman, lifts her off the ground, maybe he kills her with something a little bit more, not a little scalpel knife. He kills her with something more clever, lifts her off the ground like that. Her head drops and her wig falls off and hits the floor instead of the. Come on, you just think about stuff like that. Her wig falls off and her dentures fall out of her face. That would be hysterical. Come on. You just got to be a little bit more. You just got to be creative in the thought process of going through how you would make that movie. I just think it's fun. Yeah, I'm not a big Rob Zombie fan. So if you guys really love him, you don't really want to talk to me about him too much. I mean, I don't mean it as. I don't mean that, and we can't talk about it. I just can't criticize it because I didn't like it. Now, I'm not criticizing you because you like it. That's something I'm not going to do to anybody on here. I just didn't like it, so it's not where my focus would be. I don't want to make any Rob Zombie movies. My masks were based off of. These are my favorite masks. Original Halloween, which is the exact same mask they used in Halloween 2, only it looked different because of Dick Warlock wearing it, and the mask was dirtier and aged a little bit, turned yellowish. I like those 2 masks. I can make them separately. I love the 2018 mask, and I love the Kills mask, and I love the Ends mask. And I want to do my own concept mask from those masks. All other masks, in my view, don't exist. Don't exist, and I won't be the one that ever make them. I won't do it. Oh, the jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, that was cool as all hell, man. Pulled his face off and ripped his face off the skull and made a jack-o'-lantern out of his face. Yeah, that's clever. That's just my diabetes alarm on there. Just have to wait till it kicks off. I can't shut it off. But yeah, I would pick up the original Halloween 2 to start my next timeline. I would come in right at where Kills ended. Right where Kills ended. And I would have a radio being played in the background where, where you can hear the radio saying, somebody's got to tell Lori her daughter's been murdered by Michael in the original, because it was in the original house, in the Myers house. It's a slaughterhouse, and Lori's dead as well. Lori's daughter's dead in there. I can't remember her name, but you hear that over the radio, and then somebody's got to tell Lori, well, we can't because she was just transported to another hospital. And then Michael hears it and goes to the other hospital, kind of like he did in the original Halloween 1. He overheard it on a police radio, and that's when he went to that hospital in Halloween 2. So they're the little homages that you pay. They're the little things. You're not rewriting the story. You're completely changing the kills. There would be more kills. There would be more people in the hospital. Not a lot, but a little bit more. But just enough to make it so where. And I would bring back his perspective. You have to bring back his perspective, his point of view. It's important. It really is. So, that's my take on all this Michael Myers stuff. So what do you got? Yeah, Bo, I have to disagree. I don't like Rob Zombie's. I don't like Rob Zombie's movies. I just don't like them. They were brutal and demented. I guess it's. All right, I'll tell you what Rob Zombie reminded me of. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of demented stuff. And I'm sure there's people out there that live like that, but damn it, the family was so screwy that it was just too demented for me. I'm not into that at all. That just doesn't. That's not scary to me. That's disturbing. There's a difference between scary and disturbing. I want a scary movie, not a disturbing movie. And that's what Rob Zombie's movies were. They were disturbing more than they were scary. And it pointed more towards mental health issues than anything else, which becomes a little political to me. I want a monster movie. I don't want something that's going to, throw politics into it. Even with Halloween Kills, when they did all that, in Halloween 2, they did it too when they had the mob out front of the house throwing rocks in windows and busting out the windows. But it wasn't overtly done. The crowd calmed down once the cops, calmed them down. But in this situation, in Halloween Kills, they had everybody running around the streets. It was out of control. It should have never been put in a movie. Not with what's been going on in our country for real. Did I like the H2O mask? No. I didn't like any of them. I didn't like any of those masks except for the original Shatner, and because they went back to that original feel of the Shatner, the 2018, the Kills, and the Ends mask, I love those masks too. Yeah, but that's Bo. That's exactly why I don't like it, because the one thing John Carpenter said when he created this character is he did not want to over-explain his evilness. They didn't want to. They didn't like bringing like Laurie was the sister, like all that stuff. Man, just forget it. Nobody wants to. I mean, I felt like it just. I think it was a weakness that they when they started bringing in, oh, it's her sister, and they did that in Halloween 2, the original, and I would sidestep that too, in the storyline. I would never make Laurie Strode the the uh, the sister. Now, what you can do is that Michael Myers, once he is after somebody, he does not stop until he kills that person, no matter who it is. When he has his eyes on you, you're done. That to me would be a better explanation of the evil of Michael Myers, because that also ties in the black eyes. That ties that in. It ties into like his eyes. Once he sees you, once he makes up his mind, if that's what he even has, his focal point becomes you. And as long as you're still alive, even though you keep getting away from him, he's going to keep coming for that person until that person's dead. And along the way, he keeps killing other people that are easier game. You know, that would be my explanation to his evilness. Nothing further. Not him killing pets and dogs and cats and rats and God knows what else. I just over explanation, overkill. It was demented. It wasn't scary. It was just disturbing. To me, that's disturbing. That's not. I mean, that's reality. That's actually somebody that really has those kind of issues. Yeah, but John also said he didn't want his Halloween to be just about Myers. It was supposed to, can't read the rest of that. There's a heart in front of it that's supposed to be, people like to, they can hit the heart button, but it's right in the way of the comment, which I can't stand. Wait a minute, let me try and spread this out. I haven't shrunk down, but it was supposed to be a one-shot story. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. It was only supposed to be that it was supposed to come to an end after that, but it was such a success. The way they ended it, it was perfect to have a Halloween part 2. And back in those days, they didn't do part 2s. It was very rare that you ever seen a part 2 in any movie. Back in those days, it was like the movie ended. That's it. That's how the story ended. There was never a part 2, 3, 4, 5. But the way they ended, the way John Carpenter ended that movie, it allowed you to have a perfect Halloween 2, because he just didn't die. He got up off that ground after falling over a balcony, and he moved on. He ain't dead yet, so. Norton, that was I'm not sure. Oh, Bo Norton, okay. Duh. I call him Bo. Call him Bo. He's I try to keep everybody down to their first name. Yeah, it's true. I just think it wasn't John Carpenter's idea to even make a part 2. But the way he ended it, it screamed for part 2. Because honestly, I remember because I was 16 years old, sitting in that theater, and thinking to myself, oh man, there's going to be a part 2. That's awesome. That's the first thought that went through my mind the minute that movie ended, and he wasn't there on the grass when he disappeared. There's no two ways about it. That's what I thought was going to happen. I remember thinking that when I said, "Oh my God, he ain't dead. Holy shit! Now what?" You know, it was perfect setup for a part two. So, yeah, it is what it is. I just think that. Um, I just think that I don't like Rob Zombie's take on it. I just think it was too demented. That's all. That's just my point of view of it. I didn't like it. And you know what? John Carpenter didn't like his version either. That's well known. John Carpenter couldn't stand Rob Zombie's version of the movie. Couldn't stand it. Hated it. He hated it. Because his biggest thing, John Carpenter's biggest complaint was he over-explained Michael Myers. That's exactly what he said. He over-explained him. And Michael Myers was just pure evil, and in John Carpenter's words, you can't stop evil, and he was pure evil, and he didn't want to make it so there was a motivation to what he was doing. He just, you know, he bullseyed on people, like whoever he was going to kill, he didn't stop coming after you until you were dead. And to me, that's scarier. You're right, and that's how I feel. I want the mystery of Michael Myers. I don't want explanations. That's the reason why, you know, the whole point of Michael Myers never revealing his face. That's the one thing I didn't like in Halloween Ends. They revealed too much of his face. No, I don't like the Devil's Reject. I don't like John. I don't like his movies. They're demented. They're not. They're disturbing. They're demented and disturbing. They're not. They're like, all his movies are like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I don't like either. I just find them disturbing. I don't find them scary as I do disturbing. That's the only explanation I can come up with. No, and that's one of the biggest reasons why his Ends, I'd have to write it write it out. TCM, what's TCM? You don't like TCM, what's TCM? What's it stand for? Yeah, I'll go along with that. Rob Zombie's wife was horrible in that movie. She sucked. No, I don't like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't like it. It's demented. It's demented. It's twisted. It's not. To me, it's not. It's disturbing. It's not scary. Scary to me is like a little bit of an unnaturalness to it. Spookiness. If it's just slice and dice and just chop people up and kill people and not really have any spooky elements to it, it just, I want a little bit of unnaturalness to it, unnatural spookiness to it, but yet have a little bit of realism to it. Yeah, you want to have a little bit of realism to it, but when it's just plain disturbing, that's not scary to me. It's just disturbing, gross, you know, just disgusting. You make it all about blood and guts. I'll give you a perfect example. Jason is a takeoff, but yes, Jason also stalked people. Jason stalked people. Hold on, I'm trying to read your message here. Hey brother, how's it going? Well, honestly, William, my whole objective here is to make sure that these are in production by Halloween, and I will get them done this year. I am not missing it again. Yeah, that's what I'm looking towards. More like August. August is when everything's going to be in line. I want these perfect. I want these as close as I can possibly get it. Yeah, 1987 Halloween 2. Yeah, that's disturbing stuff. That's disturbing. I don't mind Michael being violent, all right? But I don't want him explained. I don't want him to have a rhyme or reason. I don't want him to go after somebody because he's related to this person or related to that person. That's not what Michael is to me. Michael is just pure evil. And why I say that is because it's somebody hiding behind a mask that doesn't want to reveal himself. All right? And usually the most evil people in the world would be like that. You know, they're evil. You don't know what's behind those black eyes that are behind that mask. And that's the mystique of him. Now, you can say the same thing for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because he had a mask on. But his mask was made from people's, faces. And that's disturbing. That's not scary to me. That's literally just sick, demented, disturbing kind of scariness. If that's what you're into. Tyler Mane, he was cool, but he was a giant. Michael Myers, and the original Michael Myers was only 5'9". I got news for you. Dick Warlock played him, and I think he was only 5'8" or 7" or something like that. He was a small guy. Michael Myers didn't have to be giant to be scary. In real life now, if I'm playing Michael Myers, like my brother's 6'6", right? When he plays Michael Myers, it scares the pants off of people because in real life, you're really seeing a giant in front of you. Now, on film, you don't know how tall he is. They can make him look like he's a giant with film. He could be a midget. I hate to say it that way, but he could be somebody really small and make him look big. That's the movie magic. Tyler Mane was too thin, in my opinion. He was a very thin, lanky kind of frame. Maybe he's bulked up since, then. But when I look at Jason, I like that bulkiness. I like that he had that bigness to him. He was strong as an ox. I like Jason, but he also had that element of stalking. He stalked people. And there was, I just think that Jason was a copy. It was literally copy of Michael Myers, because it was like so. It was not long after Halloween came out that they created Jason, and Jason being in the woods, and the storyline with the kid drowning in the lake, and he wasn't a real person. Well, here's the thing. If you don't explain Michael Myers, he could be just as unnatural, and like neither one of them can kill each other. They can be just as strong. You don't know, as long as they're not explained. That's the thing that you want to keep in mystique, is you want to keep their strengths and their if they're both indestructible, there's no point to even have a conflict with them. And that's why I always thought those movies with pitting them against each other were stupid. It was just a senseless fight that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and neither one of them die, because they can't die. That's, to me, is a waste of time. The logic in it, it's just a fight. That's all it is. You could have two weak guys that can't kill each other because they're both indestructible. You can go the extreme and cut somebody's head off. That's how they ended it with Jason Jason versus Freddy, but Freddy was a dream character, so he didn't even die with his head cut off. So I always found that kind of stuff was senseless. Now, when you pit Alien against Predator, they're supposed to be aliens and they're living beings, that they can die. Now, see, Bo, I disagree there too. I never liked the original first. It was spookier because you didn't know who the killer was. I'll give you that. But when the mother was the killer, and it just very anticlimactic. That's what I felt. Although, when she was in that boat and Jason came up and grabbed her, that was crazy. That got everybody in the theater. That really got people. I was there for that. And I like Jason. I do like I love Jason. I love Part 7. I like Jason X. That was clever the way they had him up in space. That was neat. I didn't like Jason Takes on Manhattan. There were scenes that I liked, but then the storyline kind of was like weird. They were just pitting Jason against thugs is what they were doing. So it's just kind of weak. And he was like a fish out of water being in Manhattan. Just didn't have that element of stalking. Hatchet, didn't see it. I didn't see Hatchet, so I can't criticize it. I haven't even seen, what was the other one I didn't see? Somebody said something about, was it not Leprechaun? Thanksgiving? There's a new movie called Thanksgiving out there. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet either. So I haven't seen the newest. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm 61 years old. I don't like a lot of the actors that are out there now. I'm not a fan of the new actors that are out there. They're not classically trained. I just believe in a strong I believe in strong characters. When you put The Exorcist sucks. The new Exorcist, I didn't see that either. I'm just not a fan of the way these actors are being trained today. They're just not that good. They're the funny thing is, you look back through the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, all those actors, back in those days, they were trained to sing, dance, they could play instruments. Some of them didn't, but they can do it all. They could act, they could do everything, man. They were skilled. They were actually trained in so many ways. And that's why they were so good. I'll give you a perfect example. You may or may not like Westerns. All of you. I'm talking to all of you out there. All right. Now, John Wayne couldn't do anything. He wasn't a singer. He wasn't but man, he was such a great character. But what made John Wayne was his stance on his, John Wayne never played anybody else but John Wayne. John Wayne was John Wayne. All right. Same with Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood was always Clint Eastwood. All right. In any movie that he was in, he pretty much played that same character. There were a few movies that he was different, but he was always Clint Eastwood. Now, what made their movies so great was their story writing. If you watch an old Western from John Wayne, the story will hook you every time. It's not always just the characters, but the characters are the ones that make that story interesting. The actor has to really sell it. and really make it interesting. Most actors today, they're body counts, they're body bags. That's all they are. They're just, and Jason was one of the biggest ones that started that. Let's just have 15 people and 14 of them die, and you have one character that survives. So, and usually what makes a strong character is surrounding supporting actors. You kill everybody off except for the one guy, the one person. What makes you want to go back? Deliverance was a great movie. Deliverance, I wouldn't, that wasn't to me, that was not really just a horror, that wasn't a horror movie to me. Deliverance was a suspense. The difference between horror and suspense. There is suspense in horror, all right? But when you're talking about suspense, it doesn't necessarily, horror to me has a touch of unrealism in it. There's an unnatural thing going on in horror movies. The Walking Dead, perfect example. I'm a huge fan of The Walking Dead and watched it to the very end. I think it was a huge mistake killing off Rick, but Rick wanted to be killed off in The Walking Dead. But if you watch that show, the more you watch that show, the more you realize it's not about the zombies. It's about trying to survive in that type of world. And it was character driven. It was you prayed that none of the characters died at one point. It started to come apart when they killed off come on, the Asian kid. Come on, what the hell's his name? Glenn. When they killed off Glenn, that's when it started to go downhill. Although they replaced him with Jeffrey Dean Morgan, which is a great, great actor. But that show was a character-driven show, and the storyline was so awesome. Every week just kept you on the edge of your seat. Then it got old because it was 11 seasons. That's a long time to have any show go on. Pig boy, wait a minute. And he said, "Squeal like a pig boy." Yeah, that's no. Once again, Bo, it's not scary. It's disturbing. There's a difference. Scary is give you the chills, like ooh, that's freaky. That's like just put me on the edge of my seat, not knowing this is unnatural. I mean, it's definitely unnatural. Somebody getting butt screwed. Be careful what I say on here. It's unnatural, definitely. Sure wouldn't want to be the person receiving, that's for damn sure. But to me, that's more disturbing stuff. That's disturbing to me. There's a difference. I think the thing is, maybe you like disturbing stuff. That's it. Maybe you like the stuff that's disturbing. I don't like disturbing stuff. But the characters in that movie, Deliverance, were absolutely amazing. Yeah, well, I mean, it did because he was such a strong character. He really was. He was a strong character. A lot of people didn't realize Glenn was such a really strong character until he was killed off, and they realized just how big of a character he was in that show. But that's what was going to happen. Eventually, that was going to happen in The Walking Dead. They were going to kill off the wrong character at some point, and it was going to start going downhill. And that's when they said, okay, well, we're going to pull the plug. And then COVID hit at the same time, so that kind of really ended a lot of shit for a lot of people. But, it's, I find it interesting, though. It just depends on what you like. If you like disturbing movies, then we don't agree on that. I'm just not a big fan of disturbing movies. I like scary. I like a little bit of the unknown. I definitely like suspense in my movies. A lot of suspense. I love a lot of suspense. I like unnatural phenomenon in my movies. I love monsters. I don't want it to be a real person. Michael Myers could be a monster. Same with Jason. They're monsters. Well, Jason especially, because he's definitely a monster. Because he was dead. He was out of the lake. He's a monster. Michael Myers, we don't know. And that's the mystique of Michael Myers. We don't know. Pointing towards a lot more towards him being dead, because, I mean, how many bullets can he take? How many times can he be stabbed? But for some reason, they keep missing the major arteries. So, there's the unnatural ability, there's just no explanation for Michael Myers, and I don't want him explained. They killed who? I can't see the name. Type Bo Norton, type the name. Because where the heart's sitting right on my page, it's sitting right over to the last damn thing, the last word that you posted. Here's what I can read. They really killed Carl. Okay, Carl. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Well, because it changed Rick. And then Rick, didn't last long after Carl died. And that's what, because Rick's whole family got wiped out. And that was the end of the show. I'll point to Carl and Glenn. They were too big of characters. But see, Carl, the character that played, what's his name? The kid that played Carl. They had problems. The parents, I don't know exactly what took place, but he wanted more money. I don't know exactly what happened. I remember watching the Talking Dead. No, it wasn't the Talking Dead. It was another. But he ended up taking himself out of the character. He ended up taking himself off the show. So did Rick. So did Rick. They took him off the show. They took themselves off the show because Rick had young kids at home, and he was, I think he was from Britain, or I'm not sure, Ireland. I don't know which country he was in, but he was missing growing. His kids were growing up, and he wasn't part of his family. I mean, can you imagine being stuck here the majority of their life? He had to be here a long time doing all those films for 11 seasons. I think he did 10 seasons, or 9 seasons. One of those, I can't remember exactly how it all. When he died, he had himself killed off of that show. Oh yeah, of course it's going to look different with no eyebrows. Looks way different. Yep. And right now it's shiny because I have to, texture it and all that stuff. But I mean, I'm a ways off from that even. I still got to shape it all right and everything. Still got to bring the head's got to be squared up a little bit more too. Yep. Yes, sir. It definitely looks different. The only reason you're not seeing that, let me see if I can lower that. I'll lower that light a little bit so it doesn't cast that big of a shadow on that one spot. Let's see what I can do here. See what that looks like now. Yeah, there you go. See the shadow there as much now. Yeah, it's got a lot of work that has to be done to that yet. A lot of work. But I'm getting there with the chin. Chin's not quite there yet. The scowl has to be done right. the top of the head has to be widened a little bit more on the forehead area, just on the forehead, not so much the head itself. The forehead's got to be a little bit more squared up. I'll get it right. I'll get it to where it looks like the flashback. Oh yeah. So guys, it's getting late. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off of here. I'm gonna lay down. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna come back to doing this sculpture and keep working at it until I get it where I want it to be. And that means finished. I'm gonna finish this life. I'm gonna finish this. I'm definitely gonna finish the flashback mask. I'm gonna get it to look really good. And I have to pull up the pictures. I got all the original. I don't have anybody's I'm not using anybody's version of that. What's the one that who makes it that's really good? Oh come on, Nag mask. They make a good Halloween flashback. I'm not copying that mask. I'm copying the actual movie mask. I have a lot of good pictures of it. And that's what I'm trying to copy. I'm not trying to copy the actual. Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys joined me tonight. Hit the like. If you're not a subscriber, please hit the subscribe. And keep an eye out because I'm going to keep working on this stuff. Yes, everybody else out there, say goodnight to each other too. Because you guys are all friends with each other. You're always on my line. It's always the same people. I love it. That's right. And then once in a while, I get a couple guys coming in haven't been on for a while. But I enjoy being on with you guys. I really do. Love talking about movies and what you like versus what I like. But that's what makes the world go round. Everybody's got their own taste, and I'm not knocking anybody for what they like. That's not my point. I'm just telling you what I like and what I don't like, and you can tell me what you like and what you like about it. I'm all for it. And then there's some things that I'll agree with you on. There's some things I won't, but don't get upset because we're all different. We all like different things. We do. Just as I've gotten older, I have a better understanding of why I don't like something. And like I was trying to say, Bo Norton, I think that the things I don't like are disturbing things that are very realistic and disturbing and twisted, demented, disturbing. I like a little bit of monster and unrealism with no explanation. I don't like everything explained to me in a movie. And that's why I think I really fell in love with the original Halloween 1 and even the Halloween 2. There was no explanation outside of, well, they made the mistake of, that's Laurie Strode's sister. When they did that, I was like, But I guess at the time it didn't matter to me. But looking back, when you're trying to add more movies to it, especially when Rob Zombie did what he did, that changed my whole idea of explaining Michael Myers. And not just because John Carpenter disagreed with explaining Michael Myers, but I get John Carpenter's reasoning, especially as it progresses. If you explain somebody away, he's easier to kill, he's more human. You humanize him by doing that. When somebody is a mystery, he can be anything. He can be unnatural, he can be... Yeah, it didn't bring up football. You know what? all right, I will bring it up just now, but I'm going to tell you this right now because I'm a realistic. Because I used to play football. I played semi-pro football. I gave the Eagles, and I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan, all right? I gave the Eagles until game 6. And then I saw that they weren't changing anything. Nothing was, I'll tell you something that's funny that's going around now, too. But I gave the Eagles until game 6. And when I didn't see changes being made, I started to realize losing the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator, and the way I saw the play calling being done, I knew we were in trouble from game 6 on. The Eagles got very lucky. I'm realistic about this. You're not going to see me with a set of pom-poms as a Philadelphia Eagles fan. I love the game of football more than I love a team, all right, over any team. I love the game itself because I played the game. I really understand the game, all right? And when I saw what I saw and the way they were playing, the play calling, and the way the defense was so passive, you know, they're dropping back in coverage all the time. They're never playing aggressive off the line. I was like, Jesus, this is horrible. You know, we're not going to win with this. We got lucky with a lot of games. I'm being straight up with you that we got lucky with a lot of games to win them. And then the luck fell apart. Then it fell apart when we really started to play good teams. I mean, real good teams. I mean, we got past Kansas City, which is, I don't know how that happened. We got past Buffalo, and I don't know how that happened. But yet we didn't beat the Jets, and we didn't beat. Come on, man! See, the one thing that stands out when I played the game, when you had a good team, and this is what I'm going to tell you, and even if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, you may not like to hear this. All right, you never lose to a bad team. All right, you don't even come close to losing to a bad team. All right, you win those games that you must win. And the games that you play good teams, when you're up against good teams, it's a tight score. That's when you know you have a good team. All right? When you're up against San Fran and if it's a tight game, you know you got a good team. You know, I think the problem with the NFL today, and I'm going to say this, and I don't care whether anybody disagrees with me or does agree with me or whatever, the problem with the NFL today is the way they have the off season now. All right? The preseason games, they don't start any of their starters in preseason games. They get no time. They don't get enough hard reps in practice. They're not physically in shape through the first quarter of the season. It takes them 5 games to 6 games to get into game shape. All right? That is not what it used to be like. And I'll tell you something. You guys might be younger, but back when I was a kid, there used to be 6 preseason games. 6 preseason games. All right? By the time the season came on, the reason why they stopped that is because a lot of guys got injured. They were beat up before the season even got started. But they played all their starters. And the reason why you have to have at least 4 or 5 games, and you got to have those players, your starters have to play in half of that game. Every half, they have to play half the game. All right? You are going to know in practice. You're going to know in game. The only thing preseason is for is to judge a player in real time, to see how he performs under the spotlight. Some people don't perform well in practice, just like people that don't perform well in testing. When you get tested, some people are lousy at being tested, all right? And some people test really well. So the preseason games are a big test for the new guys to see how they perform under the spotlight. Some guys jump out way ahead and go, man, they're just really good under the spotlight, but yet they practice horribly. All right, and that's why you have to have them playing preseason. Now, as far as the first stringers, the guys, the starting guys, if you do not have them playing in the first. They don't play. They don't get physical in the practices. They don't get physical. They don't play in preseason. You're setting yourself up for a loss. You're setting yourself up for mediocrity for the first quarter of the season. But the one thing, everybody's doing it, so it kind of balances out. But you can't look at your team in week one and say that you got a Super Bowl team. You can't see that until about week 6 or 7. Then you'll know what you really have. So, as far as Dallas Cowboys go, congratulations, you guys got the NFC Championship. But I honestly see you guys losing in the first round. If not the first round, the second round. You're going to lose again because you're not really much better than the Eagles. You just won the NFC, big deal. NFC East is no big deal. I don't even think, but I know the Eagles aren't that good. Now I heard a funny story, and I'll say this to you, Bo. Some players are thinking that the Eagles are playing possum. And somebody actually, an ex-NFL player actually said he believes that the Eagles are playing possum. And they're going to bury the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't believe that. But, I don't know. Maybe there's some truth to that. But then, I don't know. I just don't see the chemistry. They don't have the chemistry they had last year, and believe me, football is more about chemistry than it is all the great players in the world. You can have the best players in the world, but if they don't have chemistry with each other, and they can't read off of each other real well, you're going to have a team that's mediocrity. It's just, they're not that good. I see the Eagles as being not a good team. They're just not. Everybody's like, oh, you're a die-hard Eagles fan, and you don't. I've been saying this since Game 6. I've been telling people this since Game 6 on Facebook, that I see mediocrity. I don't see a good team. I don't see a gelled team. They haven't come together the whole season. They have never beat anybody handedly, not one time this year. Not one game. That tells me that they're a bad team. They're not a good team. They're getting old. Their lines are getting old. So that happens. Dallas Cowboys, you're not far behind us, guys. I mean, I hate to tell you that. You're not really that, and you know it in your heart. I would never trust Dak Prescott. I don't care what he does in the regular season. He is a choke artist all the way to his core. He's going to get in one of those tight games, and he's going to lose. And the one that he needs the most, that seems like fear factor steps into his heart, and he loses his. All of a sudden, he has like the worst game in the world. And he does it in any real big game. Every real big game he's ever been in has been a loss. And you can almost point to him in almost every situation. He's the one that lost the game for you. I think he's going to lose it again for you sometime in this playoff season. Do I think the Eagles and Dallas are going to face each other? No. I don't think the Eagles are going to get there. I don't think Dallas is going to get there. I think it's going to be San Francisco. And I'll tell you who I think is Baltimore Ravens. I think they're in the NFC, right? Baltimore Ravens kicked the crap out of San Francisco. So I think Baltimore Ravens are going to be our Super Bowl winners. That's who's going to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't think none of us in the NFC East are taking on them guys. I don't think we have an answer for San Fran. I don't think you guys have an answer for San Fran. I don't care how many wins you just had. I don't care. I mean, think about it. You didn't really crush Washington, D.C. You didn't crush Washington. And you lost to Miami, and you lost to, I mean, these teams aren't that good. The Eagles beat Miami. But remember this. Games are all about matchups. A lot of people don't understand that. You've never played the game. It's more about the matchups. Is how you win and lose games. It's not what you did last week or the week before or 2 weeks before, or you won 6 straight. All of a sudden you go against a team, and I'll give you a perfect example with the Eagles early on in the season. They were going great. They were going strong. Their first loss, who was it against? The Jets. The Jets, they weren't forecast. I mean, once Rodgers was out of the picture, they weren't forecast to be not that good. So any given Sunday, any team can win. There's that element, but I just don't feel, it's all about matchups. It really is. If you don't match up well with somebody, then you're going to have a loss. And neither one of us match up to San Fran at all. Both of us, we suck against San Fran. We're good against each other. We match up well against each other, Dallas and the Eagles. But that's who we're trying to beat each other. We're always trying to beat each other because we're the leaders in that division. Yes. And I'm just telling you from a football player's perspective, an ex-football player's perspective. Bo. I think both of us we're well matched. That's why the games are so tight with the Eagles and Dallas. They're so tight. I mean, the last one wasn't too tight, but then the Eagles were coming apart at the seams. We know what was going on there. So, and I still think that the coaching staff, and we lost a lot of key players. We lost too many good players. And San Fran picked up our one of our best defensive linemen. They got him on there. We just couldn't keep him. We couldn't afford it. We're all facing that same music. We every year it's going to be a different team because we can't hang on to everybody. So, it's just an expensive thing to do is to win a Super Bowl. It's expensive for a team owner, and it's tough to put that team together. It really is. I'm not faulting anybody for not getting to the Super Bowl. I think your biggest Achilles heel has always been the owner. Never putting a real good general manager in place. The reason why the Eagles have been so successful over the last several years, and I mean, look, they won their first Super Bowl, so you can't really, it's not. And they did it against the GOAT. They did it against the best, and it was a back and forth. And not being because I'm an Eagles fan, it was one of the most exciting games I've ever witnessed, with surprise plays. Like that quarterback catching the pass in the end zone. Come on, who does that? Who goes for 4th and 2 against Tom Brady and crew? Who does that? You don't. Wow, man, they fought to stay in that game, and that game came down to the wire. It came down to the last play of the game, and that was exciting as hell. And I don't think, and honestly, I'm being honest about it, as being an Eagles fan, that game will never be topped for me. Never. I don't care if they win next year. I don't care if they win 5 Super Bowls in a row. That first win and the way they won that game and against who they beat, and it was against New England, against Tom Brady in his prime, because remember, he won another Super Bowl in Tampa, so he was still really good when we faced him. And it came down to that, and it was the most exciting game I've ever watched. Yes, defensively, it wasn't too exciting because it was just back and forth. But offensively, man, it was great. It was such a fun game to watch. Nerve-wracking. I didn't have any nails left. I was like, but man, it was exciting. And finally winning in Philadelphia, holy God, you thought that city was going to burn down, but it didn't. It survived it. I don't think that game will ever be topped in my heart. And I'll tell you what came over me emotionally. The emotions of that game, and I don't know if anybody's ever experienced anything like that, because the Eagles never won a Super Bowl. The first thing that went through my mind is my father never got to see them win a Super Bowl. My brother never got to see him win a Super Bowl. Not my youngest brother, my second to youngest. My cousin never got to see him win. All these emotions came over me where, man, I got to witness something they had never seen. And it was emotional. It really was. So it's almost like, it can never be topped for me. It can never be topped. Even if the Eagles won last year, if the Eagles won this year, it's just never going to feel the same for me. So, So there's a lot to be said in having that one spectacular win over 5, 6, 7, 8 Super Bowls. You know, to me, I just think the I don't know, what's the right word I'm looking for? The shock of the shock, the emotion of winning that game is not there as much as that first original win. It'll never be topped. And here I am, 61 years old, saying that's why I think I've lost interest in football. I've lost interest in Eagles anyway. I'm quick to point the finger at them when I see something wrong. I'll be the first one to say, hey, you know what? This ain't good. They're not right. Is your separate clay sculpture based on H4 poster? I'm sorry I didn't see that princess. I'm going to kill you for putting that princess over. That's not cool, dude. It has elements of that poster. Yes, I have elements of the poster, but it's not. Like I said, my mask is not supposed to be a perfect replica of any. It's not even the. I have the life cast over there. I can make that to a T. Hell, I've made a mold for it. I can make it out of clay right now, the exact same thing, and then alter it a little bit to make it look like the original mask. But I don't want to copy anything. I did it for the video of just doing the mold. I didn't do it to make a copy of that mask. I might do it just for fun, but I'm not going to sell a mask like that. No. I'm not going to do a life cast mask. I want my mask to be its own piece that looks a lot like the original mask, but it has elements of all the different masks. That's what I want. Yeah. You know, I don't want it to be, I want my mask to be original piece. You're not going to be able to, when you get my mask, you're getting the Night Creeper, you're getting the Custom Corpses Night Creeper 78. You're not getting Nag's mask. Like I can make Nag's, I can replicate what Nag did to a T. I don't want that. I don't want to replicate that. I will replicate the flashback to a T. Because I'm already halfway there. The lips are the flashback. The forehead is not. The chin will be. Yeah, everything is going to be right. I'm going to make that flashback. So, yeah. But the flashback is still based off of the original mask. I gotta fix the forehead over here a little more too. Not the forehead, the eye cut. The eye cut right over there on the far end of that eye cut. That has to be fixed a little more. It has to come out just a little bit more. You can see it's not right, not quite right on camera. The one thing about the film, when seeing it on video, you can see where the things have to be fixed. Excuse me. But once again, I'm going to say goodnight to guys. Goodnight to everybody. And we talked about the NFL now. Whoops. Sorry. But it's a passion of mine. I love football. I don't like what I'm seeing with the Eagles. I haven't liked it since Game 6. But I'm realistic. I'm not a guy that watches the football game with pom-poms. I don't do that. You won't ever see me saying the team's great and they're playing like crap. That's not the way it works. I'd be very realistic about it, and I'll be realistic about any team, what I see and what I don't see. We don't have, neither one of us has San Francisco's number. They have got our number though. And the reason why we didn't even come close to them this year is one, we lost our offense and defensive coordinator. Two, we lost a lot of our secondary. Well, actually, one of the guys just got old. Bradbury's just getting old. He's just too old. He's getting torched this year. Our lines are getting old. We lost too many. We lost our free safety back there. That was like lights out. It was an interception nightmare for teams. Just look at the sack ratio. How many sacks we had last year compared to this year? Not even close. Not even warm. And the one thing about, interceptions and fumble recoveries, they're called takeaways for a reason. All right. In order to have a team that takes away the ball from another team, you have to be an aggressive style defense. That's not the Eagles at all. I hate their defensive scheme. Hate it with a passion. I will never condone it. I don't care if they win 50 goddamn games in a row. I can't stand that style of defense. I hate it with a passion. I don't like a passive style defense. I don't like seeing guys being dropped back into when it's a definite situation where you shouldn't be running, or stopping. Make a stand. I can't stand passive defenses. I don't like them. We've had them in Philadelphia since Jim Johnson. Even though Buddy Ryan was a brain dead idiot when it came to offense, and he used to let Cunningham just wing it. Go out there and win us a game, Cunningham, and he never really had a good scheme. He never had a really good running back there. Keith Jackson, if it wasn't for a great tight end and Keith Jackson back in those days, Cunningham would have been in trouble. We had Chris Carter as a receiver, and that was the year in '88 that we really, we got cheated out of that. And I'm not saying cheated from any team. We got cheated. Well, I can say we kind of got cheated because they should have never played that game, the Fog Bowl. Philadelphia Eagles got robbed in that game. And why I say that is because they didn't have a running game. The Eagles were unbelievably unstoppable in the air. And in the fog, they couldn't see nothing in that fog game. You could stand on the sideline. They show videos of it even today, where you're standing on the sideline and you can't see 20 yards into the middle of the field. You could, the field's 35 yards wide. No, wait a minute, it's 50 yards wide, I think. I forget. 35 or 40. No, comes on the late green. It's 35 yards across, I believe. I think it's 35 yards across. Well, you couldn't see 15 yards, maybe 20 yards at the most, to the center of the field. You couldn't see what the quarterback was doing from the sideline. So how the hell are you going to see 30, 40 yards down the field? You can't. So that took away their ability to pass the ball, and they got robbed out of the season. I think that was the season they would have gone to the Super Bowl with Randall Cunningham. Only that season, though, because the very next year we lost Chris Carter, we lost Keith Jackson. We we still had the best defense that ever existed in my book. I still think that they were the best because in those times they didn't count takeaways. They didn't count sacks. They didn't count you didn't have those. You didn't have those stats. They were better than the Steel Curtain. Buddy Ryan's defense in Philadelphia when Reggie White, Jerome Brown, Clyde Simmons was playing, they were lights out, man. They really, just unbelievable. That defense was incredible. Wes Hopkins was, and you went across that middle, you paid dearly. Man, did you pay. He used to put cracks on people that you can't do today. That's right. That's another thing I can't stand about today's game. It's a wussy game. I'm not going to say the other. I'm not going to use P. I'm going to use wussy. It's a wussy game. Nobody can hit each other anymore. It's terrible. It's not even football to me. Now, I can tell you from my point of view, I've got 9 vertebrae fused in my back because of football and other things, but it wrecked me. But, I loved it when I played it. paying for it now. But, you know, it is what it is. But I want to say good night to you guys. I really got to get off of here, man. My throat's hurting. I need water. I need a lot more water. I got to drink a lot more water. And my diabetes kind of shot up just a little bit because of me, like an idiot. I had pasta. It was egg noodles, but I didn't have a lot. But I had enough to make my sugar go up on me. But I'm losing a ton of weight, guys. I lost 73, I think it's 73 or 74 pounds. And it's doing me good. Four months, and I'm really coming down. I wish I could put myself, next time I'm on camera, I'll put myself on camera just to show you the difference. You know, if you look at my old videos, you'll see the difference. Because like I see myself every day. I had so many people come up to me and like, it's funny, even when I went in the hospital this time, the nurse that knew me from last time, she was the one that treated me. She said, "Oh my God, you look so different." I went, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, I didn't recognize you." I'm like, "Wow, that big of a difference, huh?" And she said, "Yeah, there's a huge difference in how much weight you lost." I said, "Well, that's great. That's the goal. Got to get this weight down." But Bo, you know, I love you, buddy. I mean it. I really do. And I do like your criticism, and I do like that you like different things than me. Don't stop liking what you like. Always stick to your guns. And, you know, stick to your guns. I'll never take that away from anybody. That goes for anybody that's listening. If you like what you like, don't change for anybody. It's what you like. It's what matters. And, but I like to do things for people. I got too many interests to do what I like. And hopefully people like what I'm doing. But outside of, you know, maybe somewhere down the road, if I get done, you know, what I like out of the way, if there's a mask that you would like me to tackle, that you really like, you know, maybe I'll tackle it, you know. I don't mind doing something like that. You know, once you have the base of understanding of how the mask has to be made, now it's all going to be easy to me. It's really going to be easy to me. All these masks are going to be really, really easy to me. Till the next stream, Bo, you have a great night. I'm going to say goodnight to Princess out there. You better change that name, man. I'm saying goodnight to all you guys out there. There was somebody else up there. In case you guys are still on, I'll say goodnight to all of you. Take Off Vision, definitely saying goodnight to you. Gamer Goblin. What else is going here? There was somebody else. Curtis Joseph, definitely say goodnight to you out there. There was somebody, William. William, I'm going to say goodnight to you out there, buddy. Yeah. That's it. That's all you guys that were on with me tonight. Thank you for watching. Share the content. I'm going to try to be more entertainment and shorter with the live videos. Once I have the extra person on, so he'll be able to read your comments right away, and I'll be able to respond to them right away, and still keep my hands on the sculpture. Not have to get up, look at the comments, go back and forth. That's a pain in the neck. So we need to stop that. We need to get somebody in here to do the comments for me. And I'm also going to set my time periods on a stream. Streams are going to be reduced to 1 hour long. That's it, 1 hour. 1 hour streams. Videos are going to be broken up into, like when I upload the video, there's going to be a part 1, part 2, part 3. So this way you can come back and watch even the live streams. The way I'm going to do it, I'm going to do the live stream as a 1 hour live stream, but it's going to be broken up into 3 or 4 parts. This way the stream is only 15-minute segments. And then you can watch all 4 of the streams, you know, but you don't have to watch them in a row. You can watch 1, and then part 2 tomorrow, the next day, or whatever you want to watch it. So that's how I'm going to do it. Alejandro, I'm sorry about that, buddy. I missed you back there. I just saw you on there. Okay, so I'm going to say goodnight to you as well. Till the next stream, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Love you all. Bye. I'm gonna go over to the camera and shut it off. See? It's tough when you gotta do everything. All right, once again, peace, guys. Have a good night.